Today, I'm going to be talking about how to make a super fun quilt.
I'm going to show you how you can make this adorable ring bearer pillow in your wedding colors.
I feel grateful to know so many wonderful people and wonderful quilters.
Hello! Welcome, everyone. It's so great to be back here for day 2 of Spring Fling. We are so excited. Welcome back for those who were here and joined us yesterday. And welcome if this is your first day of the Spring Festival. We had so much fun for Spring Fling yesterday. I can't even tell you. We had the best segments and projects and demos and just interaction and engagement with each other. And today, the fun definitely continues. I promise you, you're in store for a wonderful, wonderful day. So I am Kena Dorsey. For those who do not know me, I am one of Grace's ambassadors, and it is an honor and a privilege to be here hosting and to be one of your co-hosts today. I am coming to you from sunny California, from southern sunny California, actually Palmdale to be exact, which is about a little bit north of Los Angeles. But it is a beautiful day today. It's not too hot. The weather is balmy. It's the reason why we live here. So I'd love to hear from you all. Where are you watching from? This is always so exciting to find out where everybody's watching from. And just throw it in the chat, share it here. North Carolina is here. Hi, Stefani from Kansas. Rhonda is from Gulf Shores. Hello and welcome. Welcome, Jonelle from Kentucky. Oh, I love that. Just the South. Woo! France. Okay, Laurel, you have the mileage award so far. Greta from Texas. It's wonderful. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. We love knowing where you're from and just how far our reach just spreads out. This community is really special. It's really something quite amazing to be able to have these connections with people all over the world. Minneapolis is here. Iowa is here. How is the weather where you guys are? Is it starting to warm up? I know April is kind of iffy in some places, like on the East Coast and in the Midwest. You may have some warm days, some cold days, but rest assured, it's coming. The warm weather is coming everywhere soon enough, and we will be so happy for it. So, what are some of the things that you all are doing during spring break? This is my official spring break. I am off from my day job. And so I get to spend this time really working on projects that maybe I can only work on for a few hours on the weekend or, on evenings. So right now, I'm just trying to clean up and organize my sewing room. So what are you guys working on? Let us know. Like, are you trying to learn a new quilting skill and technique? So I don't know. Are you going to take up a new quilting, hand stitching, bag making? I don't know. I think I would like to, well, I love long arming, but I do that pretty often. But I'd like to continue to improve on my long arming skills. And also, I want to learn paper piecing. It looks so cool. And every time I see it, I'm like, I am going to do it. I am going to learn paper piecing. It's going down. I don't know if it's going to happen this spring break, but that is the next thing on my list. So, some people said learning embroidery on a machine, embroidery sewing. That's nice. That's great. I'm still using a satin stitch for my embroidery. Uh, Tisha says, just finished a baby quilt for a new niece. Oh, and about to start another. That's so sweet. We love baby quilts. And we are going to have a segment on baby quilts today. So, looking forward to that. Also, Lana, paper piecing is a goal for me too. Oh, I love that. I love that. We'll get through it. We'll do it, Lana. I promise we will. Um, let's see what else is going on. Kayla is learning long arm quilting. All right. Be patient with yourself. Love yourself. It's once you get it, it's going to be amazing. And we have a great community that we're going to talk about later that can help you with your long arms. So you're going to want to stay tuned for that and hear more about that. It's going to be really exciting. So, thank you all for sharing. Keep them coming. We'll scroll and check out what you all are doing. That's what it's about today. We're sharing. One of the other wonderful things that I love about Spring Fling and all of these Grace live events is that so many people are sharing their knowledge and their skill, no matter the tips and tricks. There were so many great gems and nuggets in the chat yesterday. Even while the segments were going, people were giving input like, oh, I didn't know I could do that. Or you could also try this. And that's wonderful. It's just so amazing, the sharing that happens. So for those of you where this is maybe your first spring fling, today the goal is to have fun. Basically, have fun. And we are going to share projects. We're going to share demos. There are going to be giveaways. There are going to be promotions on some of the most cool quilting tools, machines, notions on the market. So this is the time to really take advantage of those. We're going to have Q&A. We're going to have wonderful, touching human interest pieces to share with you today and much more. And so that's what it's about today. So if you haven't already picked up on the theme of this spring fling is the life of a quilt. The life of a quilt. Isn't that amazing? Just imagine each time we make a quilt, it is reflective of where we are in our lives many times, or the reason we're making quilts. So we have a wonderful, wonderful quilt show that is focusing on the various stages of life. So it had all of these categories that focus on these various stages in life. And so some of them that are really cool are sweet beginnings, school days, work-life balance, courtships, remembrance, and of course, everything in between. So you want to go on over there and you want to check out the quilt show. You definitely want to do that. Look at all the categories that are fall under our theme. And also you can meet the judges, and you'll find that on the grace.com platform, and just go to the quilt show and make sure you see them. So also a couple of announcements as always before we really get into it. I want to talk a little bit about scammers. So just watch out for those scammers. The scammers are everywhere. Unfortunately, they are trying to get into your social media, into your email, and there's other methods that they try to get your information. just rest assured that Grace Company will never ask for any personal information over social media content. So if something sounds, oh, that's too good to be true, it probably is. I think by now we can kind of, we can smell a scam, but sometimes they're really good. So if there's anything and you want to check the legitimacy of it, you can always reach out to Grace. But know and beware that there is that chance that it's not coming from Grace if it's looks suspicious. So for those of you who also are very active on social media, which is probably like all of us, right? You can follow us on many social media channels. Grace Company is on Facebook and Instagram at Grace Company Quilting. If you're a TikToker, follow us at Grace Company. If you're on YouTube, The Grace Company, Pinterest at Grace Company Quilting. And of course, you can also check me out and engage with me of course, through Grace and many of these events as an ambassador. But you can also kind of check out what I'm working on my social medias on Instagram and Facebook at Kena Quilts. All right. So for those of you who are here and you have a Grace frame or a Grace machine, or you're using one of the wonderful cutting tools or rulers or threads or the many products that we have, and you love them, we would love to hear from you. We would love for you to leave a comment and a review about your Grace Company products, because it's very helpful if other people hear from you. We don't want them to just take our word for it. Of course, we know and love them. But when other people share the reviews, it helps other people to make those decisions and join the Grace community. For those of you who were not here yesterday, I talked about how great yesterday was. You can still check out yesterday's live on YouTube. Our event is going immediately available for replays on YouTube immediately after each event. So today, as well, after this live stream, you will be able to catch the replay. Just go back and scrub through on YouTube. It's also available on the platform for a while. So just go back and check out anything that you missed. You really want to watch yesterday. It's so great. So this weekend, or whenever you have a moment, whenever you're ready to jump in and tackle and try some of those amazing projects, or you want to be reminded about some of the products and the demos and how they work, you can go back and watch them on YouTube. Okay, so I am going to introduce our wonderful Grace Sales team member. Catherine is here. Hi.
Hi, Kena. How are you today?
I am grand. How are you?
Oh, I am so good. I am so excited to be here. I have never been on a live introducing, some of our products that we have going, and I'm excited to show everyone. I watched yesterday, and oh my gosh, I learned so much, and I want to go make all of the projects that we did. I'm ready to start and get going.
I hear you. Oh, well, we're so excited to have you. You're amazing. You're the voice. I know a lot behind the scenes. Your voice on the phone that people talk to and work with. So it's nice to put a face with the name for many people.
Yes. Yes, I know. I love being in the sales department because we get to see so many people either by phone, we talk to them, or we see them in person or on shows or through the screen on live events. We see all their comments coming in, so it's really fun.
Oh, that's amazing. So, Catherine, can you talk to us a little bit about a new program? I kind of hinted to it earlier about, what's happening at Grace.
Yeah.
Can you share a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So we're talking about the Quilters Playground. It is this most amazing program that we've started. It's a Zoom call twice a month, and it is for anyone to join. You just sign up on our website. You go to education tab there on graceframe.com, sign up for the Zoom class. And we have our most amazing educators. We have Carla and Marie, and talking about all different types of just everything to do with quilting. I mean, we have automation Zooms, and we have just the anatomy of our machines, the anatomy of automation. I know some fun things coming up would be learning about borders and corners, both with and without automation. You can just get in, you listen to the Zoom, but the nice thing, being a Zoom class, you can also participate. So you're gonna learn from all the different people that are on with you. And I know our last one, we had probably over 100 different people participated. So that's so many people that you can learn from, not only just from Carla and Marie, who are so knowledgeable and are so great at teaching anything, make things seem so much easier than we make them out to be as we're doing our quilting.
And that's so, I mentioned this, I just love that there's this space, because when I was making the transition to domestic to long arm, there was definitely a learning curve. And while I loved being able to go to the YouTube channel to figure out a few things, that like in the moment, face to face interaction would have been amazing. So just the sharing that happens, and also the engagement and the social time that also, I'm sure, comes from that that's just great. So I hope that people will definitely take an opportunity, no matter where you are in your quilting journey.
Yes, absolutely. And I even think just the validation that you're not the only one, right? We all think, oh my gosh, I've made this mistake. I can't believe it. I just want to stop. I want to quit. No, you're not the only one. It's great to get on these Zoom calls and you start talking about an issue or problem. And guess what? You're not the only one. Everyone has those same issues. And the nice thing is you get to hear from all the people what their solutions are to the problems. That's so great. So go to graceframe.com on our education tab and just register for our next event. It's April 9th will be our next Quilters Playground.
That's coming up. So every other Wednesday, basically. Awesome. Fantastic. I love it. So what's going on? What else is going on during Spring Fling? What kind of products? What's happening? What are these functions that we keep talking about?
I am the lucky one that gets to just remind you guys all what these promotions are. Number one, we are going to talk about the amazing pricing that you can get on our Luminous light bar. Now, this was a game changer for me. I just recently got one up in my quilting room. I thought it was a bright room until I got my light bar and realized that it was not a bright room. So these, it's a Luminous light station, uses LED lights. It makes the color, true color. You are able to see even when you're at my age and have to put your glasses on to see anything. It makes it that much easier. This Luminous light station comes in a 5-foot, 10-foot, and then you can extend the 10-foot to a 12-foot. And look at these amazing deals that we're offering it for Spring Fling. I mean, $359 for a 5-foot light bar, and the light is just amazing that it gives you.
Wow, those light bars are like game changers. Love mine. It's the only light that I have in my quilting room. Not only does it light up my quilt frame, but it lights up the entire room. I have the 10-foot one, but I would, if I had a larger space for that, you could get the extension, which would be really cool. Oh, sorry about that, Kena. Yeah, and I know someone mentioned this yesterday, but you don't only have to use it for your machine and frame. I had a dealer partner that I was speaking with yesterday,
And she was like, I ordered 2. I got 1 for my machine and frame, 1 for my cutting table. I know my friend, she has one over in her garage for her husband to go over his tools because the light is so great that it works for anything. So, I mean, multifunctional for many different things.
Great ideas, great uses for it.
Yes, absolutely. Now, the other thing we are doing right now is we are giving some great deals on machines and frames. So let's see what we're doing. If you buy a machine and you bundle it with one of our Cutie frame, Q-Zone frame, Q-Zone Queen frame, you get an extra $150 off. $150 off of an already really good promotional price. You get an extra $150 off. Now, if you decide to go with our Evolution hoop frame or our Evolution Elite frame, bundled with the machine that you're purchasing, you get an extra $200 off. I mean, these are prices we haven't seen for a while. I mean, it's like we're giving it away almost. So take advantage while you can. And get that extra $200 or $150 off depending on what frame you're getting. And then also we are doing free shipping until April 17th on all orders over $100. So you can call us, we'll give you that free shipping. You can do orders on our website. If your order's over $100, it'll apply that free shipping, but only through the 17th. So don't wait, get it done now.
Yeah, definitely want to take advantage of the free shipping
yes.
until the 17th because shipping is crazy.
It is true. It is true. And it just keeps going up. Unfortunately, we can't get around it because, the products that you are buying, a machine and a frame, they're kind of expensive, right? And we ship them so they get there reliably and aren't damaged, that sort of thing. But shipping, the costs, we can't do anything about them. We don't charge you extra. We just charge you what we are charged for shipping. But, free shipping, it does save you a little bit of money, especially right now when those costs are a little bit high. So, yeah, it's a good deal that we're doing. We don't do it very often, so take advantage while you can. But yeah, I'm excited for people to start ordering and getting their machines and getting their frames. No matter what bundle or option you get, you're getting a discount, and that is something that we rarely do on all machine frame combos. Usually it's one or the other, but no matter what you get this time, you're getting a discount.
Yes, great deal. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we do have some giveaways that I know people are all excited about, right? Yeah. So, first thing we're going to do is I have a question. Now, I just gave you guys this answer, so we're going to see if you guys were listening to me, right? Okay. So our first question, and we're going to do our bingo ball, and we're going to choose a winner from each of our watching platforms. Question here, when does free shipping end? When is the last day you get free shipping? Let's see your answers. Go ahead and throw them out there on, wherever you're watching, whether it be YouTube or Facebook or our platform. Let's see if you guys are getting the right answers.
And just to remind them, you will be randomly selected.
Yes.
So our system just randomly selects the right answer.
It is true. It's like blah, 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 it chooses. It is true.
So do we want to see what the prize is going to be?
Let's roll our ball and see what our prize is. Come on here. Let's see. What are we going to get? Let's see. All right. I think we have a winner. Our prize is going to be blue. So for the blue, you get to actually choose a prize. It's either the 45 millimeter straight cutter. Oh, I choose the prize. Oh, so I get to choose. I'm going to choose the 45 millimeter straight cutter, and I will tell you guys why. I love the straight cutter, and I have been doing a lot of cutting lately because I'm making some quilts for my new little grandbaby. She just arrived a few weeks ago, so I've been piecing and doing a ton of cuts, and that cutter has saved me. So 45 millimeter straight cutter valued at $31.95. So it's a great prize. It has the ruler guide on it, which works with all of our rulers, which is fantastic. It makes me straight, cut straight. So let's see who our winners are going to be for this.
So let's see. Who do we have from Facebook?
Let's see, guys.
Our first? We'll go to Facebook first. And the winner is Mona!
Congratulations, Mona. You have won yourself a straight cutter. All right, who's our next winner from YouTube?
YouTube, who's Danielle?
Danielle. Good job. And you can see that the answer is April 17th. Good job, you guys. And then let's see who our last winner from our Grace platform is. Kelly Jones. Yay! Congratulations, you guys. So you just need to reach out to Allegra at graceframe.com. They were on yesterday giving the promotions and sales. So just reach out and they'll get the information of your address where we need to ship your straight cutter. And if you didn't win this time, don't you worry. We have good prices on our straight cutters right now. Just give us a call and we can go ahead and get one for you. Because I know you're all doing some cutting here on your spring breaks and getting some quilts done. You might need some blades, some cutters, So give us a call. We'll be here and get you one out if you didn't win it.
All good stuff. All
right. I think I have time for one more question. What do you think, Kena?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay, this one's going to be a hard one. This one, you guys have to have done your homework, which I got down into the rabbit hole of looking at quilts on the quilt show yesterday. You get sucked into it looking at, oh, this one's beautiful. Oh, no, this one's beautiful. Oh, I can do this one. So my question is, name 2 of our quilt show categories. I know Kena gave us a couple this morning. Let's see if you guys did your homework and know what some of our categories are.
All right.
So go ahead and throw it out there.
Who was paying attention?
Yep.
Whose brain was working this early?
Exactly.
How longer you are. I mean, early for me, but not really that early, but maybe early for some people.
It's true.
They are in the world. But I do see, but we need 2. So I see some answers coming in. We need 2 categories. Some list 1. Okay, there you go. All right. So this is going to be interesting because you all were paying attention.
Yes, you were.
Okay.
You were.
What our random selector. Yes. Let's see what our prize is.
No, we're gonna go with a straight cutter for that win as well. Everyone gets a straight cutter today.
Oh, great. Okay, so let's see. Do we have a winner from Facebook?
Laura Duffy.
Courtship and school days. Yes.
Yes. Those were great categories. I loved the quilts in them. All right. YouTube, here we go. Remembrance and work-life balance. Love it. Good.
Congratulations.
Yes, absolutely. And last one from our platform, Brenda Carroll Johnstone.
We don't see her answer, but we're going to assume that
behind the scenes, they saw her answer and saw that was right. So,
awesome.
Yes, just reach out to Allegra at Grace Frame, get them your address so they can send you out that free straight cutter. Congratulations.
That's amazing. So now are we ready for our register giveaway? Can we?
Yes, and I am so excited about this one. So For our people that pre-registered for the event, so those of you that got on and pre-registered, you got put into a drawing to win. And my drawing that I get to give away today is the Master Cutting Collection. Now look at this. This includes so many rulers. It includes extra blades for that straight cutter. It includes the straight cutter. It includes the circle cutter, which the sales team, we all love the circle cutter. It's amazing. It includes the electric sharpener, which will sharpen blades 28 millimeter, 45 millimeter, 60 millimeter. It'll sharpen all of those. And then 5 packs of true grips, which you can never have too many true grips. So let's see who won our Master Cutting Collection. Random draw. Shelly Swope. Congratulations. We're so excited for you. Now, if you want some of these items and you weren't the winner, you can give us a call or look out on our website and you can get some of those items. So,
and Shelly, Allegra has your information and will reach out to you. So be ready to receive your wonderful gift. Well, I think that's just an amazing way to open. These people have been waiting for us to get started. I think I'm so excited. We're going to go ahead and jump into our segments, our other demos, and then we'll meet back here. Don't go too far away. We'll come back with more giveaways, more promotions, and more cool stuff midday live. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. See you later.
Welcome back to Spring Fling. I hope that you had an amazing day. Today we are making the Making Backpack by Noodlehead Patterns. If you've never made a bag before, this is the perfect beginner bag. You're going to need an exterior fabric. I decided to go patchworky with mine. You're going to need fusible interfacing. This pattern recommends a medium weight fusible interfacing. You're going to need lining fabric. I decided to go with this yellow starry. Some binding fabric, rectangle rings, webbing of your choice, and you're gonna need some zipper. You're gonna cut out all of your pieces to the pattern's requirement. If you're wanting to do something patchworky like this, I created a downloadable resource with all of the cutting requirements and where to put everything. Now that we've got everything cut out based off what the pattern says, we're gonna start putting it together and we're gonna start with our webbing. We're gonna start with our 1-inch webbing and we're gonna have 2 pieces, a longer one and a shorter one, and we're gonna do the same thing to both. First, with our shorter one, you're gonna fold it in half. Where that middle mark is, you're gonna take a marker and you're just gonna mark right down where that line is. Then wherever the middle is, and you're gonna do that to both the longer and the shorter one, you're gonna measure 4 inches on either side, and I'm gonna draw a line on one side. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna fold this in half, and where these lines are, that is where we're gonna start sewing on our machine. I'm gonna use some clips and I'm gonna clip these in half. Where this line is marked right here, I'm just going to make sure that I can see that line up top because that is where I'm going to sew. Then using a similar color to your webbing, you're going to sew like 1/8 of an inch from this line here that we drew all the way to this line here. And it's going to end up looking something like this. And what you do to the smaller one, you are going to do to the larger one as well. Perfect. Now we're gonna prep the zipper tab pulls. All I'm gonna do is fold these guys in half. I'm gonna give it a clip and then I'm gonna sew it on my machine at 1/4 of an inch. Again, I'm gonna do it with the larger piece of webbing with the rectangle pieces. Fold these guys in half, take it over to my machine and sew it down. Now we're gonna put these guys to the side for later. And we are gonna move to our front panel. And what we're going to do is we're gonna be attaching our handles onto the front and onto the back panel. On my front panel, I have a giant blue piece of fabric down here because my pocket is gonna go right on top of that. First, I'm gonna find the centers of my top panel. And because this is 12.5 inches, I know my center is 6 1/4, and I'm gonna do the same on the back panel. I'm gonna mark the center here. Our front handles are gonna be our longer handles, and where you measured that middle mark, you're gonna measure 1.5 inches from either side and 3.5 inches down. And where that line is that's where we're gonna place our webbing. We want to make sure that we fold the webbing up about 1 inch, and then I'm gonna put it the 3.5 inches down. Now I'm gonna sew these down on my machine. I'm gonna sew a rectangle, and then I am gonna sew an X through that rectangle. And to know where you wanna start that rectangle, you are going to measure 1.5 inches down from the top, and then do it on the other guy. So I'm gonna sew my rectangle, and then I'm gonna sew my X. Now we're gonna add the front pocket, and I am going with the alternative pocket. For the alternative pocket, you're gonna repeat these steps with both the lining and your top fabric. So first I'm gonna do this with my lining. Your first step is to fold your lining fabric in half, and I'm gonna give it a nice finger press. And now that we know where our center line is, we're gonna measure 2 inches from either side and draw a line. And then from this middle line, you're gonna measure 5 inches out, and you're gonna draw a line 5 inches out on either side. Now what you're gonna do is on this line, 2 inches from the center, you're gonna fold it over and give it a press. And then this 5-inch line that we drew, you're gonna fold this guy over again, and it's gonna line up right on that 5-inch line. And then I'm gonna do the same on the other side. So I'm gonna fold this guy back right on the 2 inches. Then fold this line back up, flip this guy over, and then fold this little crease up until that line. And then, with the way I put these together, I don't need to draw it out because I made sure that this was my 2-inch mark and this was my 5-inch mark. I'm gonna fold this guy over. And now we're gonna make the pocket. You wanna baste it at the top and the bottom of both this piece and the lining piece. Now we're gonna add our zipper to our pocket. What we're gonna do is we're gonna make sure the teeth are facing up and they are together on our zipper. I'm gonna clip it onto the top of the front pocket piece. And then now we're gonna baste it up top. Once you have your zipper basted, I want you to check and make sure the teeth are facing up. So now that this guy is facing up, I'm going to take my lining piece. I'm gonna put these guys right sides together, and I want to make sure that the folds line up. And then I'm gonna sew 1/4 inch, sewing these guys together. Now we're gonna press this guy up and over, and then we're gonna make sure that the lining is pressed down. It's a little bulky, and that is okay. Now we're gonna add the zipper pocket cover and the binding. So the cover, you're going to press in half, and then you're going to find the center of your pocket. So I'm just gonna make sure that this is in the center, and then I'm going to clip it, and I'm gonna take it to my machine, and I'm gonna baste it. Now I'm gonna do the zipper pocket binding, and I'm gonna start by folding this guy in half, pressing it into quarters. So I'm gonna fold both of my halves towards the center, and I like to do one side at a time, and then we're gonna fold this and press it in half again. Then once this guy is made, I'm going to put the zipper in the middle, and I'm gonna sew 1/8 inch from the edge of that binding to make sure to go through both sides to hold everything down. Now that we've added the zipper cover, I'm gonna add my zipper pull. If your zipper already has the zipper pull attached, when you sew it, all you have to do is make sure that you sew up until where the zipper is, then you move the zipper up and then keep sewing. There we go. Okay. Now that my pocket's all put together, I am going to put it onto my front panel. And all I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make sure that my zipper cover and my zipper binding is right in the center. And then all the way down, my bottom part is lined up. I'm gonna just start by putting a pin right here, and I'm gonna clip the bottom. I'm gonna make sure to cut these to size. You're first gonna sew the top edge of your binding part down, and you're gonna sew 1/8 of an inch from the edge of that binding, and then you're gonna baste the pocket all the way around the edges. The last thing I have to do to my front panel is I'm gonna flip it over and I'm gonna add my lining. I used a double-sided foam fusible, and so this guy has a little bit of glue on it. And so with my iron, all I have to do is press it and it will fuse on. We are done with the front panel, and now we're gonna move on to the back portion. And I already fused my lining piece onto it. The pattern has a specific zippered pocket on the inside, and I didn't want to do that zippered pocket, so I'm going to do a pocket that I want to do. You're going to take your pocket piece and you're going to fold it in half, and where that fold is, you're going to add just a little bit of elastic. I'm using an elastic that's around 1/4 inch wide, and so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to sew a tunnel right where this elastic will be able to fit. And my tunnel is just gonna be a little bit bigger than the width of this elastic. Now that we have our channel sewn, here is the tricky part. You're gonna take your elastic and you're gonna put a safety pin at the top of it. And I'm gonna feed the safety pin through the tube until the elastic shows at the other side. Before your safety pin is all the way to the end, do you see how I have a little bit of elastic right here? I'm gonna go to my sewing machine and I'm just gonna sew that down so that the elastic stays on one side. Now that that guy's sewn down, I can feed the safety pin the rest of the way. And then I just want to make sure that there is a little bit of scrunch. And then I'm going to sew down this portion right here. Now it's time to baste our pocket onto the inside of our back. And so I'm just going to make sure that everything is square at the bottom, and I'm going to pin, and then I'm just going to stretch it out just a little bit to get those side pieces. Now I'm going to baste it going around the edges. Our pocket is in, and now we're going to make the side connectors. You're going to take your 2 smaller pieces that look like this for your side connectors, and you are going to press them in half. And then these guys are going to go down here at an angle so that they can hold the side connectors. So what you want to make sure that there's an opening on this side and the fold is on this side one way. I am going to open this guy up just a bit, and I'm going to put my connector in, and I'm going to sew 1/4 inch, and that's going to hold that connector into this piece. And I'm going to do it with both of them. Now I'm going to turn these guys right side out, but before I do, I'm going to just give a little clip in the inside corner, and then flip these guys right side out and push out my corners. And now I'm going to sew a decorative stitch a little more than 1/4 inch from the edge on either sides, leaving this part open. I want to measure 1/2 inch up from the bottom, and that is where I am going to put this piece diagonally. And then I'm going to do the same to this side. I'm going to measure 1/2 inch up from the bottom, corner to corner along the edge, and then clip that. Now I'm just going to baste this down. Now that they're basted, we're just going to cut off this excess part. Now you're gonna grab your straps, and we are gonna get our straps ready to add onto the back. You see these little rings with the slider? What you are going to do is you're gonna take one end of your strap, put it over the top through the back end. Now this is where it can get a little bit confusing, so I'm gonna do one at a time. We're going to connect this strap to this piece right here. So I wanna make sure that my ring is facing up. I'm gonna put this strap into this ring. You're gonna take this end and you're going to feed it through under this bar. Once it's fed through, you want around 2 inches of hanging. I'm gonna fold this over and I'm gonna take it to my machine and I'm gonna do a little itty bitty rectangle just to hold this into place. You'll notice that on the edge of your webbing, it may fray. If you are using a polyester webbing, then you can go ahead and torch it and that will melt it together and it won't fray, or you can use anti-fraying agent or just a zigzag stitch. Now we have this side connected and we're gonna repeat those same steps on this side. Now our straps are on and we're gonna attach the top of the straps to the top of the back. Remember the center mark we made earlier? I'm going to lay the top of this up against that center mark, and then the same with this side. Then I'm gonna take it to my machine and I'm gonna baste it. And now we're gonna add our strap. This strap is just gonna sit right on the edge of these guys. So we put those in the middle and then the straps are gonna go on the edge. Now that the front panel and the back panel are finished, all we have to do is make the gusset, throw these guys together, and we have a finished bag. Stay tuned until part 2.
Hi Quilters, welcome to Spring Fling 2025. I'm Bonnie Kempke, Grace Ambassador, home-based quilter, social media content creator, and originator of several popular Facebook groups. Today I want to show you a project that I designed for one of life's happy milestones, the purchase of a new home. And nothing says welcome home more than a handcrafted gift. I call this project the Wandering Geese Table Runner and Placemats. The design is based on the Migrating Geese technique by Deb Tucker's Studio 180 Designs with a twist. The twist is that the Migrating Geese technique is written for the geese to fly horizontally or vertically. My geese are actually running at a 45-degree angle. Let's get started and I'll walk you through the video clips that I shot while making this housewarming gift. So whenever I'm cutting anything for my projects, I like to use my True Cut cutting mat. This is the 24 by 36 inch cutting mat. It's a good quality mat. I like the mat because it's thicker than most mats, and I like the way my blades feel as they go across this mat. So for this project, I'm going to be using, of course, my True Cut rotary cutters. And these are the My Comfort rotary cutters. And I'll be using 2 of my True Cut rulers. I'm going to use the 18 by 3 inch ruler and my 6.5 by 24 inch True Cut ruler. So for this housewarming gift, I'm making 1 table runner and 4 placemats. And so I've already got the material cut out. The first step in constructing the migrating geese strips is to take each one of the migrating geese squares and cut them in half diagonally. We want to be as exact and precise on that cut as we can. And so what I found to be helpful is to take that geese square, line it up point to point on a line. Line it up on one of the lines of your mat, take your ruler and very carefully lay your ruler down on the square point to point. Then take your True Cut, My Comfort cutter, 1 slice. pick your ruler up, and you have that nice, perfectly cut square. So I have to cut all of these geese squares. We'll move on to the next step as soon as I get all those cuts made. Now that we have our geese triangles all cut, we're going to go ahead and take the background fabric 4 7/8 inch squares. We're going to take front sides together, and we're going to carefully lay the geese triangle on the 4 7/8 inch square. I'm going to go ahead and clip these because I'm going to lay all of them out together. We're going to make sure that they are completely edge to edge and that you don't see halo of anything coming around it. And be aware that you will have a dog ear on each side because your geese triangles were cut out of squares that are larger than the background square. So when you have all of your geese triangles clipped to your 4 7/8 inch squares, you're going to have a pile that looks something like this. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take each one of these geese and we're going to sew a 1/4 inch seam along the outer edge. I'm going to go sew one of them together and come back and show you what it would look like. I love my little Rebel for piecework. I'm using the 1/4 inch quilting foot with the guide, and I've already positioned my piece that I'm going to be sewing underneath the needle. I find that once I have it in place, I can get rid of that clip, and I just need to be mindful of the back end of my material, so I'll use my finger to hold that still, and let's go ahead and begin sewing. Once you have all of your geese pieces sewn to your background, you're going to have this little pocket in here. And so what you want to do is you want to cut this down the middle to give you your left side and your right side geese piece. So your left hand side and your right hand side until you have a stack of those when this is all done. Each piece you want to take and cut in half very similarly to how you cut the geese blocks in half. So again, you take your ruler and line it up point to point where you're going to split that pocket, and you're going to cut this in half. And there you will have a left-hand side and a right-hand side. And what you're going to want to do is press this with the seam side going toward the geese on both sides. You're going to want to press this with a heated iron, but I'm just finger pressing this so you can see, and you will have a stack then of left-hand geese and right-hand geese, and you want to keep them separated because it could be confusing later on trying to figure out which piece is which. Let me go ahead and finish these up and we'll move on. So now that you have all of your geese sewn to their respective backgrounds, and you've pressed toward the geese so that the background piece is going to be flat and pressed toward the geese, you'll find that you have all these dog ears. You may choose to trim those dog ears. However, leaving the dog ears may actually assist in matching points and seams while creating your strip. After any trimming, organize your pieces into one or more sets of left side and right side units. If you've got all the same color, you're just going to have two piles. You're going to have a pile of right and a pile of left. But once you have all this together, the next thing to do, and this is going to sound tedious, but you want to mark where your seams are going to join. It's going to help you make your points work. So I'm going to use a pencil. What you mark is the 1/4 inch seam. You're going to mark a 1/4 inch in here and a 1/4 inch in from here. And on the other 2 points as well. What that's going to do is that's going to give you 3 X's where your seams will join to the next piece. So basically I have an X here, an X here, an X here. And you want to do that with every piece. So I got a task. I guess I'll get to it. For each of the migrating geese strips that we make, we're going to have 6 left side units and 6 right side units. I have more than the required 6 because I'm mixing colors and I want to be able to swap if I find that I don't like the way it's looking. If you're doing all one color, you only need the 6 and 6. You'll only use 6 of the left hand and 5 of the right hand in this pattern, but they have to be cut in pairs, so you're going to have 6 and 6. To begin organizing these, or laying them out, you're going to start with the left-hand unit and you're going to lay it out. And this is important that you lay things out first. So you're going to lay that left hand and then you come in with the right-hand unit and you lay it right up against it like that. Then you'll just proceed right on up until you have 5 on each side, 5 left hand and 5 right hand. So the very next thing we're going to do is begin sewing these together. It's important that you leave your geese laid out this way while you're piecing things together because this makes it easier to keep track of where you are. If you have multiple colors, this is the time to swap those pieces around. And that just happens to be the case. So what I'm going to do is rearrange ever so slightly. And I like that better. So now we're getting ready to piece. So we take our first piece. So take the second piece, that first right hand flips over on top of the first left hand. All right, so the right hand geese over, we folded it over onto the left hand. Now what we want to do is make sure that this perfectly aligns, and that's why we have the X's in the 3 corners of the background triangle. So the first thing we do is we go through that point with the pin, and that should be 1/4 of an inch. That's what our X was for. So then along this side of our piece, so it would be side, we're going to fold that over and make sure the material is perfectly aligned. I want to make sure my points stay perfect. I put a pin in there and that will guard that side. Then I come over here to the other side. This is where I'm going to sew to. So I will pull another pin and pop that in there. Now, if this were not a biased edge, that's all I need. I would just take this pin out and put it in place. That's all I need. But this is a biased edge. With biased edges, I find that at least one pin at an angle to the seam helps to stabilize the seam line. So for this piece, that's really all that I need. And I'm going to take it over to my little rebel and I'm going to sew that. And you can see that this is very, very cleanly pressed. So now we are going to put this back in place and we will flip the next piece over. In this instance, it happens to be the left-hand side. We will line up the pieces carefully and we'll do much like we did with the first piece. So now we have this migrating geese strip, but it needs to be cleaned up yet. We need to cut off this tail so that we have a nice 45 going here. The next thing we have to address is the top here. And we would have that orphan triangle cut out from one of the extra pieces. Now that triangle is going to sit here. We're going to fold this over. We're going to take those markings and do the same thing we've done with every other piece we've folded over. Get that stitched and I'll be right back. So here we are with our piece stitched down. We're going to fold this out. Now I'm going to press this way, leaving that edge flat. Makes it easier on me to clean it up. So here we are with that orphaned background sewn on and pressed out. We're going to come around here and we're going to do the same process that we did with the last cut. This time we're going to cut off this off here. What's going to happen is this is going to go into our unit, the table runner unit or the placemat unit, and we're going to wind up putting the 2 triangles here on the side. So the next thing we need to do is to cut one of these 14.5-inch squares corner to corner, just as we did the geese earlier. And there you have 2 very nice triangles. And we're going to use those triangles to complete our placemat or table runner unit. Now, the same thing that I did with the geese triangles, marking the X's on the back of left-hand units and right-hand units, I'm going to do the same thing on these because that's going to help me line this up properly. So once we have these marked, let's come in here and use our pins. This is a bias cut piece. So we're going to go ahead and do crosshatch pinning to keep the warp and waft from playing out on us. Is it absolutely necessary? No. But does it help? Yes. And it's worth my time. Now I'm going to go ahead and press that all flat. Even though it looks flat, it just helps to go ahead and add some heat to that. So I've just finished taking out the pins, and I guess let's find out how good I did with my points. All of my points are perfect. So pinning that, for me, that's a success. That means that's what I need to do, is that waffling pinning, because it keeps everything from moving around. And I'm going to go press this, and I'll do the other side, and we'll see what it looks like when we're complete. So here's your unit that we make. So we use 2 of these units for the table runner and 1 of each of these units for the placemats. Now this is a extra large size placemat, so if you want to, you can cut off of each side and you'll have a placemat of a standard placemat. I made this extra large to be able to use the same unit for the table runner as for the placemats. And the cool thing about this pattern is that you can also, if you want an extra long table runner, you can make another one of these blocks or more of these blocks and just add them on to the end, because the table runner will be the 2 of them side by side. So that's the project, ready for the frame. Once all of my project pieces are ready for quilting, I throw them up on my Cutie Breeze with my little Rebel, and I'm going to do ruler work on these because I believe that ruler work is going to accentuate this project. I have the first one that I've done pinned up here on the wall so that I can use that as a guide for my quilting for the remaining pieces, so that they'll all have the same theme quilted into them. And I've got to tell you, for me, the little Rebel and the Cutie Breeze is the perfect place to do something like this and do it quickly. But you can easily do much larger projects on the Cutie Breeze with your machine. So let's go ahead and get some quilting done. And I already have a ruler foot installed.
I loved creating this project. This project is perfect for ruler work, but it's also suitable for an all-over design or even large sweeping design.
For me, ruler work's always a little bit of stitch this, stop, stitch that, stop, but it's still going to be so fun.
These large triangles of negative space also opens the project up to some creative fill work.
So I've shown you snapshots of just about everything except binding. I'm finished with my project. I have it wrapped up with a nice little bow, and I can't wait to gift it to my friend for her housewarming party. Thank you for joining me, and I hope you've enjoyed my project.
Hi friends, and welcome back to Spring Fling. I'm Sabrina, and today I'm going to be talking about how to make a super fun quilt. Let me show you. We made a Polaroid quilt. So the fun part of this is, instead of the life of the quilt, it's the life of the quilter. Each one of these is a pocket for a picture. I have here the first time I saw the Northern Lights. This was in Rexburg, Idaho. This is a special memory I have of dressing up in costume in my grandma's clothes. This one here is the first official quilt I ever made. It was a t-shirt quilt encompassing all of my high school and camp t-shirts that I had done throughout my youth times. This was the first day with my quilting machine. This is a picture of me bringing it home from work. There's my first day of high school. And the first time I was able to drive a 1929 Ford Model A, my first day of college, and my first time axe throwing. So that's a little bit about me. Now let's learn how to make this super fun and easy block. So the first thing you want to do is get that background for your picture frame. So I started with a 3.5 by 3.5 inch square to make things really simple, and I'm going to use some clear vinyl. I want my vinyl piece to be 3.5 by 3.25 so that it leaves that 1/4 inch tail for you to slide your picture into. So I've cut my vinyl strip to 3.5 inches by width of fabric, and I am just going to trim that to 3.25 here. And let me tell you, this vinyl can get a little tricky, but you just want to cut it to 3.25. So now I have my little vinyl piece, and all I'm gonna do is line up one edge with my fabric here, and then I'm gonna leave this as that 1/4 inch edge. I want to make sure that my right edge is going to be flush. So the vinyl and the fabric should be touching, and then my top and bottom edges should also be touching. But you're going to have a 1/4 inch of background fabric on that left side. And I'm just going to clip to hold it in place in a couple different spots. I want to leave room to be able to start my piece. So I don't want to get the clip too close to the edge, but I still want it to be secure. And then I'm just going to clip it like that. So I have 2 on each side. And one thing I wanted to address is we tested this in several different ways. And the easiest way to not have to use Teflon tape on the bottom of your foot is to actually piece all 3 of these layers together. So I'm gonna add my side pieces. These are 3.5 by 1 inch. So I'm gonna put them right sides together, and this should be flush with your background fabric. So the only thing that's smaller is gonna be that little piece of vinyl. And again, I'm just gonna make sure we're clipping everything into place. I will say clips are better for this than pins, just for ease of use. Okay, perfect. So now we've got this, and we're gonna sew along both edges using your traditional 1/4 inch seam. So let's get over to our machine. So I left a little bit of an edge here to make my life easier, so I don't have to worry about butting up against the clip right as I'm starting. And I'm gonna go ahead and sew with that 1/4 inch seam allowance, do a couple stitches, back stitch to secure, and then mosey on down. Toss my clips as I go here. And there we go. So I'm gonna trim my tails, and then we're gonna stitch the other side. And same thing, I'm gonna move my clip so it's a little bit farther away from that starting edge there. And I'm gonna hold on to my tails to make sure that they're not gonna get eaten in the machine. Do a couple back stitches, and then move forward, and I can pull out that clip there. So all the way down that edge, and pull it off. And we're ready to iron. And all I'm gonna do here is make sure that I'm barely hitting that edge. So I wanna press the seam so that it lays flat, but I don't wanna get too close to the vinyl so that it doesn't melt. And then I'm just gonna flip it over, and I'm gonna use my finger to hold it down, and the iron is just gonna graze the edge of that plastic. So you're not over the top of the seam, you're just pressing the fabric, not the plastic. And you can see it'll still pop up a little bit. That's okay, not too big of a deal. We're gonna press this other seam here, and I just have the edge of my iron along that seam. So I'm pressing it flat, setting those stitches, and then I'm gonna finger press it open, get my iron right along that edge, and that will help to flatten everything out here. Now that I've got this piece, I am going to attach my bottom. And as you know, the bottom of a Polaroid is always a little bit wider than the top. So this piece is going to measure 4.5 by 1.5 instead of that 1 inch. So you get the extra 1/2 inch that just adds a little bit of dimension to your picture frame. And I am just going to line up my edges along the bottom and keeping my right edge aligned. And then I'm gonna line up my corners here with both pieces of fabric. I'll add a clip in the middle to make sure that it's stable. And then one more clip at the other edge just to hold it tight all the way through. Just like that. Now we're ready to sew. All right, I'm gonna adjust my clip just so that it's comfortable there. Get that 1/4 inch, hold on to my tails, and pull that clip out of the way. We're gonna back stitch just a little bit to secure and plug along. And perfect. We've got that seam there. Go ahead and trim our tails, and now we can press our block again. So same thing as before, we're just gonna hit that edge of our seam. I don't wanna be too close to that vinyl. And just get nice up and close to that seam with the edge of my iron so that it sets nicely. You can use a little bit of steam, but again, you don't want your iron to get too hot and have your plastic warp. Perfect. Now we can sew the top edge on. So this one, just like our side pieces, is going to be 1 inch wide, and it's going to be 4.5 inches long. So that way it covers the whole top plus the sides. And we're just going to clip that into place here. Again, we're going to line up our edges. Better to use too many clips than not enough. So I always clip a little extra just to make sure it's going to be totally secure. Now we're ready to sew again. So hold on to your tails, put your foot down, sew a couple stitches, and back stitch to secure. Now we're ready to cruise. Perfect. And our block is already coming to life. So again, we're just going to press along the edge of that seam. All you want to do is just make sure that your plastic is up here. As long as you can slide your finger right in there, you're good to go. So you finger press it open and iron that edge there, and you'll have a nice block. So it's nice and secure, and you can see that pocket opens up nicely. And let me just show you how it works. I cut these pictures to 3 by 3 inches, and then I realized I did have to trim them up a little bit. So I shaved off just about 1/8 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch, whatever works best. And then you just slide your picture right in that pocket, and it's interchangeable. So if you wanted to change it out for the seasons or for different kids, whatever you want to do, it's up to you. So all I did was make 30 of these little pouch blocks. Then I sewed my 2.5 inch strips on either side so that I made a row in the dimensions that I wanted to. And then I sewed a 2.5 inch strip along the edges so that I could combine my rows together and have similar spacing to the distance apart that they were in each row. So let's head on over to our quilting machine and let's see how it's done. All right, we're back and we're ready to quilt. So let's get started. I'm gonna start on the top here. And one of the important things to remember is because we have this vinyl in here, we wanna make sure that we're not stitching over it, otherwise we'll lose our pocket. So what I'm gonna do is start at the top, and we're just gonna quilt this row like a border and corner. So I think we're gonna start just simply by bringing up our bobbin, and we are going to do some ribbon candies. And I'm gonna make sure that it's in the mode that I want. I like precise mode, and usually I live around 9 SPI because it gives a nice feeling to the stitches. So we're gonna go ahead and round this out. And I'm just gonna do some basic free motion here. Perfect. So we've got our first border done, and you can see how quick and easy that was. Now, so that we can get a nice frame for each of our pieces here, we're gonna go ahead and stitch in the ditch. So I'm gonna use our ditcher ruler and show you how to do that. So I'm gonna bring up my bobbin right in the corner of the portrait here. And then you can see there's a little white line here, but you wanna just make sure that your lines are on that edge, and that will keep you on the 1/4 inch so that you'll be able to stitch right in the ditch there. So we're just gonna stitch right along here. I'm just gently guiding the machine along the edge of the ruler, and you can see how easy that was to make sure everything's lined up and you get some nice stitching. Again, you wanna make sure that this white line that's right in the center of that cutout is on your seam. And as you go across, you'll be able to stitch right in that ditch there. And then we'll go back up, and same thing, I'm just gonna line up my seam with that edge there. And we'll get right in the ditch. And I'm gonna make sure that I trim my tails. And then one more time, we're just gonna go across here. And you have a nice, perfect little stitch in the ditch. So I'm gonna do that for this whole row right here, and then we'll meet back so that we can focus on doing our in-between stitches as well. All right, so we've got our last frame for this row outlined. Now we're gonna go in and work again with this ribbon candy, but this time we're gonna work on doing it directionally so that we have it vertical instead of horizontal. So I am just going to pop right in this corner here, bring up my bobbin, and we're ready to stitch. Perfect. Now we'll go ahead and hop in over to our next one. And again, we're just gonna do that ribbon candy all the way down so that we can add a little bit of texture to the background of our wall hanging here. And we're gonna do this all the way across until we get to the other side. All right, we're on our last edge piece here. Bring up our bobbin. And again, we're just gonna make some of these fun little ribbon candies. And end at our stop point here. And since we went this direction on our way over, we don't even have to worry about traveling because we're just gonna come all the way back using this strip. So we've made our way back, and now again for this next row we're gonna do the same thing as we did before. We're gonna stitch in the ditch around all of our little Polaroid frames here, so that way we get a nice clean look. One of the concerns you might have with using mixed mediums or having an area you can't quilt over is, how do I eclipse out those areas? Should I use automation? Should I use free motion? Should I use ruler work? The easiest way for me to tell you how to do it is to just do free motion. Do something you're comfortable with that'll make it look simple and easy, but have a nice clean look. So let's go ahead and we'll continue stitching in the ditch and we'll be right back. Look how quick and easy that was. It's all quilted with basic free motion and a hint of ruler work. You can do it too. Don't forget to share in the comments what you're working on, what you're creating during the Spring Fling events. And don't forget to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Grace Company Quilting. Follow us on social media so you can receive updates on all of our fun projects we're working on.
Hi there, I'm Chris with Rose City Originals, and welcome to Grace's Spring Fling 2025. Today I'm going to show you how to use your long arm to do a reverse applique on a t-shirt. Let's get started. So for our project today, we'll of course need our t-shirt. We're also going to be using some fusible fleece and then a fabric of your choice. You will want to make sure there's a good contrast between your fabric and your t-shirt color. Then I have a ruler and a rotary cutter to cut that down. You will also want something to mark your t-shirt with. This is just a heat erasable pen and some straight pins. To start off, I'm going to take my t-shirt and I want to mark where I want the word to be. So I think I'm going to make the word about 10 inches wide. So my 5-inch mark is on the center. Then I'm going to make it 5 inches tall, and I'm just marking the corners and the center. So that is where it's going to say the word. All right, now that that's marked, I can set it aside. And now we need to cut a piece of our fusible fleece. So I like there to be at least 1 inch all the way around. And since I marked out 5 inches by 10 inches, I need this to be 7 inches by 12 inches. Does not need to be exact. Give that a little trim. Now we will fuse this to the back side of our fabric. I'm going to trim my fabric down a little bit. And I will press from the fabric side so I get a really good adhesion. And now that I have my fabric prepped and my t-shirt marked, let's grab our straight pins and head over to the long arm. The first thing we're going to do is take our piece of fabric and load it onto our long arm with the right side facing up. And now, depending on how you prefer to load your long arm, you may want to leave more than an inch on the top and bottom, just so you have room to attach it to your leaders. Now that I have that loaded and it is within where my machine can reach, let's start up our QCT. And from here, we're going to go into our gold features, and then we're going to select Font Stitcher. It'll have us set our safe area. And from here, we can just type out our word. I do recommend typing in all caps so that it's more bold and easier to cut out later. And then once you have your word typed, you can click on the font. Right now, it's on Arial by default. And you can scroll through to see what fonts you have installed and choose one that's nice and bold. So this is Impact. You can see what that's going to look like. The black lines are your stitching lines. So that's Impact. This is Cijo. Kind of like that one. It's not as skinny. You can do regular, bold, italic, italic bold. So I'll make that bold and hit OK. And it's going to have you save this as a pantograph. So I'm just going to call this Bride because that's the word it is. Save that. And now we have it ready for placement. Before we can place it, we need to put the t-shirt on here. I'm going to move my machine out of the way for a bit. And we're going to take our t-shirt, and the easiest way to do this is actually to flip it inside out. All right, it is inside out, and we have the back of the t-shirt on top, the front of the t-shirt here. And if I peek inside, I can see where I have my markings. So I'm going to use those markings to get it aligned onto the fabric. And you'll want to make sure your excess t-shirt is out of the way so it doesn't get stitched in place. I'll show you some tricks for that here in a second. But first I am going to take a few pins and pin just outside of my markings in the corners and in the center. This will help make sure that my t-shirt does not shift while we're stitching. At this point, you can also make sure that where you're stitching is well away from your leaders so you don't accidentally sew your t-shirt to your leaders. All right, so I've got everything pinned in place, and now I just need to take care of this excess so that nothing gets stitched in place. And I'm just gonna kind of fold it up and use some clips to hold everything still. So I've got a few of my Grace mini clips, and where it's really bulky, where I have the sleeves and everything, I'll just wad them up a little bit and put a clip over it so nothing gets under the machine. All right, we'll move our machine back. Just feed all of this bulk under the needle so that we can travel to the center. And now we can place our word for stitching. So you can choose your placement method. I am going to choose 4-point so that I can use the 4 points that I marked to perfectly place this. So I'll just hover over the first one, tap that, hover over my second point and tap it. And then the third point and the fourth point. And what's great is it's going to adjust it as needed to fit within your markings. So if you're a little bit off, it's still going to be perfect on the shirt because we marked that before we did anything. This project is also a great opportunity to use some of those fun colored threads you have stashed away. This is Mixed Berry, one of the new Finesse Classic colors. All right, I have everything placed. I have my thread loaded. So now let's go ahead and quilt this. Over here, I do have my pattern selected. I'm not stitching out the outline or the ditch or any of the markings, just the pattern. So after I've tapped on quilt, I have this screen. Now, because these are all separate shapes, there's a lot of jump points, which is fine. But I want to go into my settings really quick and change a few things that you may not normally have set when you're doing your regular quilting. So I'm going to leave this on medium. That's fine. Tie off count, I'm actually going to change that to 4, and I want it to be the micro stitch versus the back and forth. I have pause at trim lines checked, so I'm going to uncheck that because I just want it to continue stitching with those large jump stitches. We're going to trim those away later. I have it set at 10 stitches per inch, which is perfect. And we'll hit OK. So now we can pull our bobbin. And now we can hit sew. All right, we'll go ahead and bring up our bobbin to the top. Give that a little snip. And now we have our word all stitched out. Now, if you want to make these lines a little bit bolder, you can stitch it a second time. And to do that, we're just going to hit finished. And before we do anything, just go back to quilt. Don't adjust anything or it won't be in the exact same place. So now we are back here. We can pull our bobbin again and then just hit sew. All right, we have our word stitched out twice over, so I'm going to move my machine out of the way. And now we can unload this. Take my clips off, take the pins out of the t-shirt, and then we're going to unpin it from the leaders. And now we're ready to do the reverse applique part. For this next part, you are going to want a pair of nice, sharp, small scissors. These embroidery scissors work very well for this. So we're going to flip our shirt right side out. And the first thing we're going to do is trim those jump threads. I'm just going to trim them really close. And now I'll take those scissors. You want a nice sharp point, and I'm going to poke it through, only through the t-shirt layer. So start off just with little snips, just to make sure you're only cutting the t-shirt. And then we're going to cut right alongside that stitching. You want to leave like a 1/16 of an inch, an 1/8 of an inch, very, very little. As this gets washed, that's going to curl up, but that's what's going to keep everything from falling apart. And we will cut just on the inside of each of the letters. All right, there's my first letter. And I'll just keep going with the rest. All right, got that all trimmed away. Now we have our word. I'm going to flip it wrong side out again, so we can trim away some of that excess fabric. For this, you can just use your regular cutting scissors. You will want to be careful to make sure you don't accidentally cut the t-shirt though. So make sure that is fully out of the way. And then you want to leave about 1/4 of an inch around the words. Let's do it this way so I don't accidentally trim away any t-shirt. That fusible fleece is going to help prevent the fabric from fraying too much, which is why I prefer to use that. It also gives it a little bit more body, so when it's finished, it doesn't droop so bad. Okay, flip this right side out once again. And I'll use an iron to get rid of those markings. If you used a water-soluble pen, you can just mist it and they'll disappear. All done. So as I was stitching this out, I was thinking, what else could this be used for? So you could have a bride and groom, great for any wedding showers, bachelorette parties, or anything like that. You can also use it for a family reunion and maybe put everyone's names on their t-shirts. Maybe even make a t-shirt that just says quilter. You can even go beyond t-shirts and use this on other projects like bags or quilts. The possibilities really are endless. So if you like this project, be sure to follow me on social media. I can be found on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok at Rose City Originals. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Have you ever noticed how cute some of the designs are on Salvages these days? Do you hate just throwing them away? I know I do. Hi, I'm Angelique, and today I'm going to show you how to take all these Salvages that you can save over the year and turn them into a beautiful remembrance quilt wall hanging. Salvage is the part of the fabric that they add to the edges in order to keep it from unraveling. So you know, with like cotton, when you cut into it, we'll get little strings that come off of that because it's woven. So they do this on the edges in the manufacturing process so that it stays together. Otherwise, we would just get terrible fabric. You'll notice that Salvages will have little holes in them sometimes because that's how the machine kind of grabs onto it to roll and create all the things as they're doing the weaves and all of that. Salvage will often have information about the designer, like this is Ruby Star, what it's made out of, where it's made. There's on this one even their website addresses there. Some salvages will also include the dye lots that were used to make the print, and the numbers here tell you the order that they actually did the dyes. So there's a lot of really interesting information that's in salvages. So I'm going to show you how to turn your salvages into fabric. So one of the things that you're going to need in order to turn your salvages into a fabric that we can cut from is some SF101 that is 100% cotton backing. That's really important because we are going to be doing some serious ironing, high heat, with steam, all of that. So you want to cut a minimum of 45 inches. Once you get what we're going to become the backing of our fabric, our SF101, you want to make sure that the rough part, which is the part that's the dried glue, is up. So one side will be softer, that's the fabric side, and then you have the glue side. So you want to make sure you have it the right way, or when you go to iron, you're going to mess up your iron because you're going to get glue all over your iron. The next thing that you want to do is select your salvages. And so you're going to lay your salvages out. I like to put the fuzzy part, that little part that's a little frayed. I like to usually put those all the same direction down, and you're going to start to fill up your SF101. I actually have one started for you because this does take some time, but it's really fun to do. It's very relaxing because it's kind of like making a collage. Now, one of the things that I recommend when you are saving your salvages is that I saved most of these over a year. I did have a little bit of help. I had some friends here provide me with some as I was getting ready to do this project, but for the most part, most of these are from quilts that I made over the last year. When you're saving your salvages, you'll notice that a lot of times I like to cut off a little bit of the actual fabric, like this one here, so I can see not only the salvage, but just a little bit of that fabric for me to remember what it is, to really kind of create that remembrance. And that's been a lot of fun for me because I've been like, oh, I remember when I used this. I used this in the quilt that I gave my BFF. And it's really kind of a fun memory lane of what you've done over the year. Even though this is a glued background, what I did first is I used a glue stick to kind of add these on because one, when I use my iron, it's really hard for me to just stay right on that little part, so I'm always going to end up over, and then I'm getting some of that glue on my iron. So I really wanted to cover all this up first before I ironed it for the real adherence. And two, what if I decide I don't like where that thing was and I want to change it up? So the glue stick allows me the flexibility to go, I don't really like this one here, and change it. I simply put a little dot of that glue, and every few inches, like 5-6 inches, I put another dot and try to put that down, and I have it really lined up against my previous piece. And like I said, this is just to get it temporarily adhered and in the place that I want it. Some of my salvages are really long, and so they're going to be longer than my fabric. And so I really recommend cutting as you go, so that, because this is a temporary hold and it does take a few minutes to dry where it's a little bit more sticky and stayed down. If you catch this part that's kind of hanging over on something, you can end up pulling the whole thing off. So definitely cut as you go and throw this back in your pile. So I have the first one on. If they got a little wrinkly, just give them a little bit of a press and then decide where you want to start the next one. I do like to alternate where I'm starting so that I get a really scrappy look to the quilt. So like here you can see this doesn't perfectly line up, but that's okay because I can find one that's a little bit more narrow, or I can add one and make it a little more crooked, and it's still gonna look great. So I'm finishing up my last row. So you can see I tried to change colors here and there, different shapes. You are going to need to make at least 3 of these. I made 4. That gave me plenty of fabric to make choices when I laid out my quilt. But you'll need a total of 100 blocks if you want to make the 10 by 10 that I did. We're going to cut each one of these to be 5-inch blocks once we get this all finished. You could get about 36 blocks out of each one if your salvages line up to the very edge here. You can see this one's going to be a little bit short, so it's nice to have the extra, and like I said, it'll just give you some flexibility when you're laying out your pattern. All right, so we're at our pressing station, and so now we're gonna press and iron and iron. We wanna be careful for the first one because these are still very loose. They're held on in a couple places, so we just wanna be careful. We are doing this with steam, and we wanna try to not catch the corners of our iron and pull those up. So you may have to kind of adjust a little bit as you're doing this if you knock one out of place, but definitely use some steam here because we are trying to activate the glue that is on the SF-101. And we're gonna do this across the whole piece of fabric that we have created. All right, so I finished pressing the front the first time. Now we're gonna carefully turn it over and press on the back. That's one of the reasons why I highly recommend using that 100% cotton backed SF-101. If you use something that's not 100% cotton, it's not going to take the heat and it's actually going to shrink on you, which is then going to cause distortion in your fabric that you just created. Again, remember steam, lots of steam. And this is going to really help get that glue to activate and stick. All right, so we just finished pressing the back for the first time. Guess what? We're not done. We have to do some more ironing. So now we're gonna flip it back over and we're gonna press again from the top. Anytime I'm working on the top side, I'm always a little bit more careful with using the iron just so I don't disturb anything. So when I say we're gonna press, we are going to press. All right, so we've pressed the top for the second time. We're gonna flip over and press again on the back at least one more time. If you notice that there are still a lot of like airy parts, then you might need to even press more. All right, so I'm going to take this back. If I did notice some places, I may do some more pressing at the top. And I wish I could tell you, even after doing that your pressing is done, but it's not. So while we're cutting from time to time, because of the way that we're cutting, we may cause one to dislodge or one that didn't get pressed as much, so we may still have to come and press a few individual blocks. But I'm gonna take this back over to the cutting board and let it cool a little bit to really give that glue that's on the back of the SF-101 a chance to really adhere, because you know it gets stronger when it's cool. And then we'll come back and I'll show you how to start cutting this up to make your blocks. All right, our Salvage fabric has cooled, so we're going to start by just cutting a sliver off to straighten out this edge. And now we're gonna cut 5-inch strips. Now that we have our 5-inch strips, we're gonna cut our strips into 5-inch blocks. If you notice anything coming up in your strips, go ahead and take it back to the iron. Sometimes it doesn't happen until you actually have a block cut. Remember that you need a total of 100 blocks. So for the next step, what I want to do is, you say you have like 3 to 4 of these piles that you've cut. I want to try to randomize them a little bit ahead of time as much as I can. So I'm going to make, since I'm doing a 10 by 10, or in this case I'm going to do a 5 by 10 to get the process started, I'm going to make 5 piles. So I'm going to deal these out like cards. And I'm just going to alternate between my stacks. So if I had 3 stacks, then I would deal from the 3 stacks. I'm also going to need some white fabric. And the white fabric is going to be the cornerstones that I use to make the diamond shapes to really bring this whole thing together. I've pre-cut these larger ones already, but I selected 4 different whites that have some little bit of extra in them that all kind of blend together. So I already cut those ones, so I have them. So I'm just gonna cut these. The centers, or what I'm gonna call the inner blocks, will take 2 of the cornerstones, and then the border blocks or the outer blocks will take 1 cornerstone. So we will need 3-inch squares. I'm not super worried about the accuracy as long as it's 3 inches on one way. It will be close enough on the other. So to speed this up, I'm just going to line them up and use my long 3x18 ruler to finish cutting these into squares. I wanted to control as I was laying things out. If I didn't like where a block ended up, then I could move it or take it out, and I had lots of blocks to choose from. So I'm gonna use the design wall. What I did is I started up at the top, and I like to have that first one just, horizontal where I can read the letters. And then I just kind of decided to alternate them so that every other one is vertical. These words are running this way. I decided I wanted them to run this way. I have my sets here, and I set up a couple for you so I can show you this part. Now, if you are not particular about how your blocks end up and you just kind of want to make this fast, then you can do this method. And with this method, you're going to need 19 blocks that are going to have the cornerstone on the bottom right corner. You're going to need 17 blocks that have the cornerstone on the left top corner. When you have, please notice the direction that I have the lines or the stripes that are created with the words facing downwards, like facing me like I was reading them, okay? And then you'll need 64 blocks that have the cornerstones in both corners. But I'm basically going to draw on the wrong side, so this is the right side. On the wrong side of my cornerstone block, I'm going to draw a diagonal line with a erasable pen. And just clip that on so I can get it to my sewing station. Note that for the double piece, where we have them on both sides, we need the lines to face. So I'm going to sew each of these as a scant 1/4 of an inch. Right, now that I have all the cornerstone blocks on, I'm going to go take them back to the cutting station. All right, so now we're going to cut off the excess material, lining up the stitch line, not the drawn line since I did a scant 1/4 of an inch, but the stitch line. Then we're going to take it back over to the iron station and just press our triangles out, just like that. So we finished row 1. As you can see, we're starting to get our diamond shapes with our first half of the triangles that are going to make that up. We're going to continue this process, adding the cornerstones, being very careful, especially when we get to these inner rows here, the inner blocks, because we have 2 sides. So I'm going to go finish at least the first few rows of these, and when we come back later, I'm going to show you how you put your blocks together, how you put your rows together, and a special way we want to quilt this one to make sure that we really get our selvages secured for our wall hanging. Thanks for joining me, and see you back in a little bit.
Have you ever quilted on a long arm? If you haven't rented a long arm from a shop near you and you don't want to shell out the full cost of a long arm just to find out that you don't like it, Grace Company has you covered. We created the mini quilter for quilters just like you. This mini tabletop frame is only $2.99 and it's compatible with sewing machines with 8 to 13 inches of throat space. So you can experience what quilting on a long arm feels like with the machine you already have, know, and love. This is the perfect place to start your long arming journey. Head over to graceframe.com and get your mini quilter today.
friends, and welcome back to Spring Fling. So today we're going to be talking about heirloom quilts. I have here in front of me an heirloom quilt that was made for my niece by my mother. The fun part is it captures 4 different grandmothers for my niece.
My mom and I worked together to make a small snuggle blanket for her. It had a nice satin binding and some beautiful ruffled corners. When we met her, my mom realized quickly that she wanted her to be able to snuggle with her grandma anytime she wanted. So she decided to make her a quilt. As she got going, she decided to add something a little extra to make it special. Instead of a hug from grandma, she got one from 4. This quilt memorializes the story of 4 generations of quilters and 6 generations of family.
So in all 4 corners, there is fabric from a different grandmother. So I have here Grandma Bohi, who is my great-great-grandmother. This corner is my mother. And then we have the bottom corners here. This is my grandmother, Grandma Feely. And this is my great-grandmother, Grandma Morgan. The story of this quilt is so fun for me. I know that my mother wanted to create an heirloom for my niece, that she could remember her grandmothers even if she hadn't met them yet.
The quilting is simple. As you can see here, she did some stitch in the ditch work. It's really simple and it matches the fabric that she chose here. So she stitched in the ditch to make a nice pinwheel shape, just to tack it down, similar to how you would when you would tie a quilt. She just wanted it to be simple and elegant so that it wouldn't detract from the piecing and the beautiful fabric that she selected. The fun part is she used minky on the back to make sure that it would be extra soft and fun for Cooper. Instead of using a blanket like she normally would, she did go and get some nice minky so that this would be a lasting quilt. When we flip it over to the back, you can see that as she made these continuous lines, it made an awesome snowflake pattern. When I borrowed this quilt from my sister, I remembered it being just a simple pinwheel. But what I realized is that this was actually the second block that Angelique taught Maddie in our beginning quilting series. You can see that this is actually the old windmill block. So instead of using a pinwheel where this would be your normal block, she actually did it as the old windmill where you get the quarter square triangles mixed with the half square triangles to make a third square triangle block. My mom used a fun stripe binding at my request because stripes are my very favorite. And it was interesting to see how she put it all together because typically my mom would stitch the binding with her machine onto the front and then hand sew onto the back with the mitered corners. But because she used minky on the back, she ended up stitching it to the back with the machine and then flipping it over and hand stitching along the binding to sew it to the front so that she didn't have to hand stitch with the minky.
So let me tell you a little bit about each person that's captured in this quilt. So here's a little bit about my mom, Jill. Growing up, she was a busybody. She was always moving and up to something, whether it was baking, sewing, scrapbooking, or even gardening. My mom made anything and everything she could. Everything she did was pretty much from scratch, from Valentine's cards to sheet cakes. She did it all. I remember standing on the edge of her sewing room as a little girl, just looking in awe at all of her tools and projects. And I remember wanting to do it so bad. As a little girl, she taught me to embroider tea towels. We'd sit on the couch and watch movies while we embroidered together. Quite honestly, I think it started as a way to just keep me quiet, but it turned into a genuine passion and a way for us to connect. From embroidery, we moved on to sewing. She taught me how to sew simple things like doll rugs and blankets. I learned how to hand stitch, and then eventually she taught me how to use her machine. Then we moved on to more complicated things like beanbags, microwave rice warmers, and even aprons. Finally, she taught me how to piece my own quilt tops. I would set up my machine on the dining room table and sew while she made homemade bread. It was an easy way for her to watch over me and make sure I didn't mess anything up. But one of the things my mom always stressed was perfection. If I messed up, she'd make me unpick my seams. I learned how much I hated unpicking, so in turn, I learned how to sew a straight seam. If my pieces didn't line up, I'd be back unpicking again. So I learned how to line up my seams so that I always had great points. My mom always had helpful tips and tricks to share, and she was always good about teaching me how to do something and not just doing it for me. My sewing relationship with my grandmother was a little bit different. She lived about 20 minutes away from my parents' house, so I spent a lot of time with her. She would take me and my siblings for the weekend, and we'd have sleepovers and fashion shows. Her sewing room was also the guest bedroom, and she had a giant sewing desk that was chock full of thread and notions and everything you could imagine. I remember my cousin and I sneaking in and opening the cabinet to look at all her thread. It was carefully organized in color order, and we would just stare at it. Later in life, I would bring my sewing machine all the way out to her house, and we would sew together. It was always so fun to make table runners and even quilts with her. Much like my mom, my grandma found joy in hand stitching. They never machine bound a quilt. Every quilt and even table runner was bound with an invisible hand stitch. It was just something that they found joy in. My mom's relationship with my grandma was a little bit different when it came to sewing. These are her words, so we'll go ahead and read them now. My mom often sewed clothing for our family when I was growing up. I remember her making special nightgowns and sewing late into the night, 2 days before Christmas, so that they would be ready for us on Christmas Eve. She was especially good at sewing baby clothes, and when my baby brother was born, most of his clothing was hand sewn by my mom. She's a really good seamstress, and I loved watching her sew and seeing all the beautiful things she made. For my wedding, she made a beautiful quilt that I used for many, many years. Moving on to the next generation is my great-grandmother, Grandma Morgan. Every summer, we would spend a few weeks in Sugar City, Idaho with my great-grandma. It was about an 18-hour drive with all the stops we ended up having to make. So it was a great time to work on an embroidery project or even to crochet a few washcloths or hot pads. My dad would drive all day and into the night until we made it to Grandma's house. Somehow, she was always awake, no matter what time we got there. A little suspicious if you ask me. Her house was always the most fun. She had fabric up the wazoo. I remember going into her basement and seeing wall-to-wall fabric, just boxes full of fun things. The interesting part about my grandma is that you could never ask for anything. If you asked, the answer was typically no. But if she caught you ogling something, she'd just give it to you. We'd always leave grandma's with some sort of project. Sometimes it was an apron or a pattern with fabric. Other times it was a pillowcase to embroider, but grandma made sure to keep us busy with our projects. Now, here's what my mom had to say about my Grandma Morgan. Grandma Morgan taught me to crochet edges for pillowcases and do embroidery on them. She had careful, tiny stitches, and her work was always beautiful. The pillowcases she taught me to make when I was in 6th grade, I entered into the county fair and won a blue ribbon for the work. I could never have done that without her careful and patient teaching. After I was married, I would visit her often, and she taught me how to make beautiful applique. She had old fabric from her mother that she would cut out flowers from, and we would applique them onto tea towels. She gave those to all of my children when they got married. Most memories I have of my grandma, she was either crocheting, beautiful intricate doilies, or sewing or making quilts. We had a lot of fun sewing on vacation, and I would often bring projects, and she would go down into her fabric room, which was more fabric than they carried at the fabric store. I have a lot of fond memories spending time with her quilting and making projects for other people. I remember as a young girl being at my grandma's house and everyone sat around her huge quilting frames and we got to tie quilts. All my aunts were there and my mom, and it was so much fun. She would have loved all the automated things you can do on a sewing machine now. The last generation captured in this quilt is my great-great-grandmother, Grandma Bohe. The funny thing about asking for stories of Grandma Bohe from both my mother and my grandma is that both of them had very similar things to say about her. Both of them mentioned her stove and the fact that her house was so clean you could eat off her floors. They both talked about her ability to garden and how great of a sewist she was. So let's hear it from Jill. I was very young when my grandma Bohi died. I remember going to her house and everything was spotlessly clean. She had a pantry off the kitchen where she kept her goodies, and we always wanted to know what was in that room. She grew up on a farm and worked hard, but her house always sparkled, especially her stove. I remember you could see your reflection in it. It was so shiny. She sewed garments for people, dresses, aprons, and she repaired clothing. She would keep the extra pieces and make beautiful aprons to sell or gift to her friends. She made up her own patterns and also made beautiful quilts. Now that you've heard the stories of each of the people captured in this quilt, I did just want to talk about how all of the fabric was acquired. It was kind of interesting to hear my mom's story on that. I asked her where she got it and where she came up with the idea, and she gave me a few tidbits here and there. So her fabric she bought at a local quilt shop. This is just something that she had, and it fit with her motif of pinks. But she embroidered her name right into the corner there. You can see it was her first time using her embroidery machine. So all of this was done with a machine. My grandma Bohi's fabric was given to her from my grandma Morgan a few years before she passed away. It was originally an apron that she had cut out the pattern for. So my mom took that apron and just cut it up because there were no instructions. So she went ahead, cut up that apron fabric and put it into this quilt to make a cute little block. My grandma Morgan's fabric is this fabric right here. And this fabric was given to my mother after she passed away. It was a gift from my grandmother to my mom because she knew she would be able to do something with the fabric. And it ties in so nicely to this quilt. My grandma Feely here, this was a fabric that she picked out on a local quilt shop. And I remember her expressing how excited she was to be included in such a fun memory quilt. The awesome part about this quilt is that my sister and my niece don't just keep it lying in a box unused. They use it regularly for carpet picnics and to build forts with. It's a cherished heirloom that we all love and enjoy.
It's well maintained and taken care of. You can see there's little stains on here from being used as a picnic blanket, but it doesn't ever diminish the value of the quilt. In fact, to me, it makes it more special because her grandmas get to be involved in every carpet picnic she has.
Thank you so much for joining us on this segment of Spring Fling. We'd love to hear your commentary on any memories or stories you have to share of memory quilts or generational quilting. Share in the comments and don't forget to like and subscribe to Grace Company Quilting for more quilting content. See you later.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Midday Live. Wow, I hope that you all are enjoying today's program as much as I am. What a magnificent lineup of projects and the variety, and seeing all of these different types of projects has been really cool. I'm getting so much inspiration, so many great ideas and ways of doing things that I never even thought of. It's just so cool. So what were some of your highlights or things that stuck out for you during this morning segment? I don't know. There's too many to name, but I can't wait to see how Jenna finishes up her bag project. That's so cool. I love the Salvage project. I have so many Salvage scraps because I can't throw them away, and I haven't known what to do with them, and now I know. And yes, oh my goodness, Chris, who ever thought about doing a t-shirt quilt applique on a long arm? Chris, you are amazing, and you have tons of fans here. Thank you for everything that you're sharing. And Absolutely. The flying geese, I have never, I have flying geese patterns for days, and I've never seen it done that way. And it's so cool and so interesting. I cannot wait to try that project as well. And of course, Sabrina, thank you for sharing such a touching and beautiful story about your family. That legacy is just something really beautiful. And I know that that tradition will carry on and on for generations in your family. Thanks for being a model for the rest of us. So, all right, we're going to bring on our wonderful Grace team member, Jared.
Hey, how you doing?
I am doing well.
I
How are
mean,
you today?
good. It sounds like you're having a lot of a fun time watching. I mean, I've been watching too, and it's been really interesting. I really like the Salvage quilt. I thought that was cool. And of course, we love the memory quilt too. Like, that's what quilting is all about in a way, right? It's the community, the memories, that's all part of it.
I love that memory quilt, and I never even thought about using vinyl in quilts, and so that's giving me so much. Like, I'm ready to try all kinds of stuff in a memory quilt like that, where you can swap out pictures too. That's
Yeah,
cool.
that was really interesting. Yeah, I also noticed that Chris, he looked like he had a 16. So I was like, I was like trying to figure out, like, what's he using to do his thing on? And then he's got the 16, and he's got the QCT on there, which I love the QCT. I recently got a long arm at my house, and I've been using that. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of learning, but it's really fun. And it's fun to be able to do projects like that you wouldn't really, because like it'd be pretty hard to like, free motion a name like that onto a shirt, right?
Absolutely. And I never even thought of that, to do the name embroidery. And that was so cool to see how he did that. And I've been afraid of the automation, to be quite honest, but just seeing him do it just kind of warms me up to it. And I'm really thinking about it. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, come on, you got to think about it some more. It is intimidating at first, but there's some people that are like, oh, automation isn't real quilting, which I understand that it's a different type of quilting. So there's space for all of us to get along here and what kind of quilting we like to do, right? So if you like automated quilting like I do, I like doing free motion too, right? That's a lot of fun, but it is like a little bit different on the automation. You can do other stuff that you just wouldn't normally do. And if you're someone that likes doing the piecing, the tops, which I don't really like, to be honest. Like, I love that other people do. I'm the quilter. I like to quilt it, so there's something for everyone. And man, I just love the Grace Company machines because it just makes it accessible, right? Because I know there's some people out there, you got some tops right now that you haven't finished. And there's some good reasons for that. There's some good reasons for that, okay? You gotta finish that one. See, that's one reason for automation right there. But yeah, no, you got the UFO stack, and you know what? It's spring, and I know that those unfinished quilts, they whisper in your ear, like, I'm not done yet, and you kind of feel bad about it. You're like, I need to get that out. Yeah, I need it. You're like, oh, I need to get that done. So yeah, I mean, now's the time, and that's why I'm here to talk about is the specials. So I mean, awesome. We got the $100 and $150 off machines bundled with a cutie and a Q-Zone hoop queen frame. So if you don't have the space, if you got the small area, you saw that like small little ad for the mini quilter, that's a little bit smaller, but for the hoop frames, I just love those. If you don't have space, you can get one of those. Or if you're going bigger, if you have the space, which I mean, if you have the space, you should go bigger. Or if you don't, you should really like try to find a way to make the space, just because the rolling frames make it such a breeze. But those are $200 off, so those combinations with the Evolution Elite frame, which I just have to say is my favorite frame that we've ever made. What frame do you have? Do you have Evolution frame?
Yes, I have the Evolution frame, and I swear by it. It's we joked yesterday. I wouldn't recommend it, but we were joking about how sturdy it is that you could stand on it. It's
really? Yeah.
And it's also, I love the advanced not pulley, but ratchet.
Oh, yeah. The ratchet wheel, the metal ratchet wheel.
I love that. And I love how tall, because I'm 5'9", which is pretty tall for a woman. So I love the range of how tall it gets. So if you're a guy quilter such as yourself, who traditionally are usually taller,
I am. They had to move the camera up. Yeah.
yeah, that's the frame. And then if you're smaller, if you're more petite or medium height, it works well. But that's the frame that I have. I have the 10-foot frame.
Oh, love it.
Mhm.
I have that one too. I love it. And the metal ratchets, like you're saying, that's the thing I love about it. And it's got like the 2 bars, so it's just real sturdy. But another thing that I wanted to talk about, because it's a part of our giveaway, pre-registration giveaway, is our finesse thread, right?
Oh, yes.
So we're doing the entire collection of finesse thread. And I've been using finesse thread. Let me tell you what, I love it. Like, I love the way it looks. Like, it's polyester, but it's kind of brushed, so you kind of got that like cotton look on it. And the colors that we have are just so fun. Like, I just want to take the whole stand home, the one that we got here. I just want to, it's just, I know we're like quilters, we're collectors. We want to get everything. And so this is a huge, awesome giveaway of all the colors. You can make anything. It's going to last you a long time. Or you'll use this one, use that one,
And it's like 84 colors, right?
Oh yeah, 84 colors.
84 colors. I'm still working on my stash. I have quite a few of them, and I'm really excited because I've got the Finesse 2.0s that now I'm getting, like, with some that have some of the new colors. So now usually I match my threads to my fabrics, but now that I have these colors, I'm finding fabrics.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. They're that good. It's like the kind of thread that you go out to look for fabric for, which is not usually how it is.
I need a little fabric to match my threads.
All right, and just to remind everyone too, call us, email us, go on our website, chat with us if you have any questions about anything that you've seen. We want to hear from you, and we're here to help. We're on the phones, so give us a call. There's really good pricing right now. So that's really it for me. I just wanted to really encourage everyone. Now is a good time. Spring is when we're like, oh, we're gonna start going outside again. But I love it because it gives me some creative energy. Doesn't it give you some energy too? It's like, even though you can go outside now, it's like, well, I feel more active now, and I've been locked inside, but I still kind of want to quilt and do that. So.
Yeah, no, but there's something about the weather change that definitely makes you want to do that. But the cool thing now is, like, during this Spring Fling, is the shipping. I believe we should remind people about the shipping being free on orders $100 or more until the 17th, I believe. And you want to take advantage of that, because after that, you're going to have to pay shipping. So now,
I love free shipping.
Yeah, now through April 17th. And I also, in addition to all of the great promotions that we've been so good about getting those out, is talk about the Quilters Playground. We mentioned it earlier, but the Quilters Playground is a wonderful new program where you can come to learn, play, and grow with the Grace Company. It is a Zoom, so it's in real time interaction with quilt educators. Carla and Marie it's mostly led by them. It meets every other week on Wednesdays, and you can go and you can learn all kinds of cool things. You can be with other quilters. You can be, and no matter what your skill set is, you can show, you can grow. I think that's where I'm going to go to learn more about the QCT, because Chris has inspired me, but I'm like, okay, I need help. And yeah, so you can register. You can go to grace.com. You can register on the education tab. You definitely want to do that.
Oh, absolutely, and it's super fun too. I haven't personally been a part of it, but I've heard it's a whole ton of fun. So, and I just want to say to everyone who is here, I saw a couple of people saying they never saw Finesse. You just got to check out the comments, because I just saw like so many coming through. Everyone was like, I love Finesse, and I just love hearing that when people are like, I say this, and everyone's like, yeah, I love Finesse. I love to see it, because I love it when people confirm it, because I don't want to be up here saying things that aren't true, you know, but I think everyone really does love Finesse, and there's a lot of evidence to prove people love Finesse. So if you haven't tried it out, try it out. I think you'll really like it. Yeah, the Finesse 2.0 especially is just really great stuff, right? It's really good.
And definitely leave those reviews on our website if you like them. We're so happy that you're spreading the word here, and take it out to the social media and the, on the Grace website. We love those reviews so other people can know how you feel about the products as well. We love them, but we want them to hear from you.
Yeah, and I think at Grace Company, we've got an environment of people who are newer quilters. They're getting to long arming. A lot of times people don't know what thread to use, and that's kind of why we come out with Finesse, because it was kind of hard to find something that is really good and ideal, because everyone wants to use cotton, or they're like, the polyester's too shiny, so we came out with the one in between, and it's like, it's the perfect one. That way you know which one to go to. So if you're new, if you're thinking about getting a long arm, it really is one of the best ones out there.
Nice.
So I mean, now's, go ahead.
Time for the giveaway?
Yeah, I think it's time for the giveaway, because they're gonna pull it up. I know they got it back here. I don't know what it is, so maybe we can do a drum roll, right? Are you guys ready to put up the giveaway?
Do we have a graphic of whatever the giveaway is? Okay.
Yep, right there.
So that's the graphic. Now this is for people who pre-registered. So let this be a reminder for those new and joining us for the first time. You want to register on the Grace platform, because then you qualify for these big giveaways. Okay, so this goes out to one person, one lucky winner will get the 84 line of threads. And all right, drum roll. The winner is Zoe. All right, congratulations. Oh, how
that's so exciting.
Zoe, you're going to be so excited when you receive that Grace Company gift box to your front door and you open it up. It's like thread heaven Christmas, every birthday, all in one moment. It's so exciting. Well, that is so great, and I'm so excited for Zoe. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think we're all a little bit jealous of that one, but yeah. Luckily we can still buy it. You know, we can still go buy it.
It's not expensive. It's just that she
got the whole thing. Yeah, she got the whole thing. Another thing I wanted to mention too, I forgot to say, is the light bars are 10% off. You can never have enough light, by the way. In my apartment, I'd have like low lighting. That's where my machine is. The Finesse light bars are 10% off. It makes a huge difference. Like every time it shows, I like turn it on and off. It just makes a huge difference. But
oh yes, thank you.
I can't say too much. I could talk about it for too long, so I got to interrupt myself. All right, like I could go on for a long time.
Well, it's all good, because we are going to go ahead and move forward with the second part of the day. We still have lots of good stuff coming. We have the part twos of finishing up the bags and the Salvage project, more projects. We're going to see the quilt show winner.
Woo!
And then we're going to come back at the end for our big grand prize reveal. Don't go away. Stay tuned. We'll see you back soon. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy part 2.
Welcome back. We have finished the first 2 panels. And then now all we have to do is the gusset and then throw everything together to make a finished bag. And I can't wait for you to see the finished product. Now we're gonna sew the zipper onto the gusset pieces, and we're gonna start with 1/2 of the main panel pieces. I wanna make sure that my zipper teeth are facing up, and then I'm gonna turn that right sides together onto 1/2 of the gusset. Now with a 1/4 inch seam, I'm gonna baste that zipper onto this piece. We've basted the zipper onto this side, and I want you to pull the teeth up just to make sure they're facing the right way, and when you pull it this way, the teeth should be facing outward. Now we're gonna add the lining piece, and we are gonna make a little sandwich. So I'm just laying it right on top of that zipper, and then I'm gonna clip everything. And now we're gonna sew all 3 of these pieces together. Now we're gonna press our lining piece back. And one of my favorite tricks is to take the edge of your iron and to line it up right on that seam so that that gets pressed all the way open. And then press back, and that just makes it so that your seam is a little bit flatter. Then after we press that lining, we're gonna flip this way, and we're gonna press the top over. Once this side is pressed, we're gonna go back to our machine and do a 1/4 inch decorative stitch. Then one thing I like to do is do a basting stitch down at the bottom that will baste the lining piece and this piece together. So you're just gonna go boop all the way down. And what we do to one side of the zipper, we're gonna go ahead and do to the other side. After you do the decorative stitch, make sure you go back and do the basting stitch. And now we're ready to add on our zippers. For this backpack, we're gonna add 2 zippers, and you wanna make sure that they go on facing each other. Ooh yeah, look at our zippers together, woo! Remember the tabs that we made earlier? We're gonna stick them on either end of the zipper, and I'm just gonna go baste those onto the edge. When you go to sew over zippers, my biggest advice to you is to either crank your machine, especially if you're using a metal. This zipper is plastic, and so I don't necessarily need to crank it, but I do need to go slow through that zipper. So I'm just gonna go slowly over this. There we go. After you sew on the pulls, you can cut off the excess zipper. And you guys, we're so close to being done. We're so close. Now we're gonna take our bottom gusset and we're gonna make a sandwich. I am going to make sure the bottom gusset is on the bottom. I'm going to put right sides together, making sure the tops are lined up. And it is okay if your lining does not match up on both sides. That often happens to me when I'm sewing a zipper, and because our seam allowance is 1/2 inch, because these are not the exact same, and they are less than 1/2 inch, everything will even out in the end. So after this guy is sandwiched with this guy, I'm gonna take my lining for the bottom gusset, I'm gonna sandwich it on top
right sides together, clip it. Then I'm gonna sew this with a 1/2 inch seam allowance. Now that that's sewn on, I'm gonna flip this guy forward, flip the lining forward. Then I'm gonna sew a decorative stitch 1/2 inch from this seam. Now that the bottom gusset is attached to one side, you are gonna take the top panel of fabric and you're gonna flip it up, and we're gonna flip this guy over, and we're creating a sandwich. Take that lining piece, fold it on top. You wanna line everything up, clip it, and then you're gonna sew it using your 1/2 inch seam allowance. Now that you've sewn this side, you are gonna flip it, and you've got a perfect little circle for your gusset. But first, just like we did the decorative stitch on the other side, we've got to do this decorative stitch on this side. So I'm just gonna press it a little bit. And the final step of the gusset is basting the bottom gusset pieces together. So I'm just gonna go right here and baste these guys together on this side, and then the same on the other side. We are so close to being done with this bag. We have the beautiful front panel, the beautiful back panel, and the beautiful gusset. And now we're gonna put all of them together. Our next step is to mark the centers of all of our pieces. So we're gonna mark the centers of our edges. So we have the middle up top, middle on the bottom, and then I'm gonna do the middle on the sides and this side. And then we're gonna do the same for the back. We don't need to mark the center right here because it's already right here. And to this side. Now we're gonna mark the middle of our gusset, and here's how I like to do it. We're gonna match up where the end of the zipper meets. So I'm gonna match those guys up on both sides. And then I am going to do a little finger press on the end, and wherever I pressed, I'm just gonna put my little marker. And then again with the bottom, I'm gonna finger press it down, and I'm gonna mark the centers this way. Now to find the centers the other way, we are just gonna match the red markings that we drew. Do a little finger press, and then mark these guys. And now we can attach all of these together. I'm gonna start with my front piece. I like to make sure to flip my handle down and clip it or pin it just so that it's not in my way. Now we're gonna find the middle of the top of the gusset, and we're gonna match it up with the middle of the top of the front piece. And I wanna make sure that my right sides are together, and then I am going to clip it. I'm gonna do the same with the bottom. I'm gonna find the bottom piece, I'm gonna line it up with the middle, then I am going to clip it. We're gonna do it same thing. And now what I'm gonna do is just do a rough flip around the edges. And if you're thinking right now, Jenna, what are we gonna do with these corners? Well, let me show you a little bit of magic. This part of the gusset that is diagonal from the corner, I am gonna cut into about 1/4 inch. And then I'm just gonna kind of pull them until they match up at the edge. And it is okay if the edges are not perfect. So we're gonna go to this corner, I'm gonna cut in a little bit. And then I'm just gonna pull it to match up. Now we're gonna sew this all the way around the edge using a 1/2 inch seam allowance. My trick for getting around the corners is to backstitch a whole lot. So here's your corner, right here, right? And I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna go up, backstitch this way, up a little, backstitch this way, up a little, backstitch this way, and keep going until I like what it looks like. But it just makes it easier to maneuver that around that corner. Our first half is done, and now we've got to attach our back. To attach your back, you want to make sure that the zipper is open so that you can flip everything. I like to just make sure that all of the webbing is in one central spot, that it's all clipped together so that I don't sew over any of it. And now we're going to flip this guy upside down, and we're going to repeat the same process where we find the middle, match it up, and clip it. And just like we did for this first half, you're gonna add clips all the way around and make sure to go ahead and snip the corner and then clip those corners on right. Now that everything's clipped, you're gonna sew around the edge, and you may have to wrestle with your machine a bit. You just wanna sew from the top right here and just push all of these guys inward as you sew. Before we finish our backpack and see our final backpack, there's just 2 more things we've got to do. First, we're going to clip the corners just a hair, so I like to round them out. The last thing we're gonna do is figure out how you wanna finish off your raw edge. So right now you have a raw edge on your backpack, and you don't want that because this backpack is gonna get a lot of use. One of my favorite ways to finish off a raw edge on a backpack or any bag is just to do a zigzag stitch over it. If you want something a little bit cleaner, then you can go ahead and bind the edges of it, just like you would bind a quilt, is just how you would bind the edges of this guy. But I'm gonna put this guy on later because we're coming to the end of this segment, and I am so excited to see the finished bag. Hey, are you ready? We're gonna flip it. Come on, come on. It's a big bag. I'm wrestling with it. And when you make a bag like this, oh my gosh, you are gonna get some muscles because you gotta wrestle with it a little bit with your machine, but it's easy. I promise it's easy. I'm just gonna poke these guys out a little bit. Let's unclip everything. I'm gonna stretch these guys out. Are you ready? Look, this backpack is, oh my goodness. It is the perfect size. You can make it for grandkids, for your own kids, for yourself. It's the perfect size for a laptop, any book bags. And if this backpack is a little bit too big for you, you can make the mini version. Look how cute these are. Oh my goodness. If you end up making the making backpack, go ahead and tag Grace Company. I'm excited to see all the backpacks that you make. Thanks for coming to Spring Fling, and let's see what other projects people are making.
Hi, I'm Marie Bard Curtis. I'm a Grace Ambassador, and I'm going to show you how to quilt 2 baby quilts side by side using patterny clips to avoid stitching in the borders, and then using fabric comp and borders and corners to complete the project. I've set my safe area in preparation for quilting, and I want to put in the actual measurement of both of my quilts side by side. I'm going to measure starting right there, because I don't need to measure the border. That's not going to be part of the pantograph. Right up into the corner, tap the right side, and now my measurement is 64.859. My total height is 60. And now I'm going to start adding patterns across. I have 6 patterns across, 6 rows down. I put in my measurements. So now I'm going to go to sew in zones. So now I am into the quilting interface where I can place my pattern. I want to be in 4-point placement because I want to be careful of placing my pattern. So I've placed my first point here, and that's point A. And I'm taking both quilts into account. So I'm going to go over here, and that's where I'm going to place B. Now I can go into plugins, pattern eclipse. So what I want to do is eclipse out this area in here. There's no reason for me to stitch there. So when my pattern ends here, I'll get a jump stitch. It'll go over here. So I'm going to use keep out, but I also want to sew an eclipse border. And I'm going to be sure that I go above where I want the eclipse to be. So I am eclipsing out this area in here, just to the inside of my polka dot border, and I'm going to move up a tad at a point. Okay, and I'm going to come down here at a point, come down here, and again, I am just running along the edge of the polka dot border, but I'm in the blue area at a point, and down here at a point. Then I'm going to go over here into the blue area at a point, so it's going over, and up to here at a point, at a point, at a point, and then just beyond where I actually want it to be at another point. So I want to be sure it's outside of where my pattern is on both ends, top and bottom. I've left the lock height on my pattern to be stitched with the height that I created in my pattern. Now I'm going to go over to the start area. I'm going to go to my little red toolbox, and I'll say move to start point. And I'm going to use a single stitch, pull up my bobbin. There we go. So I will hit sew. So this part is eclipsed out. Continue to sew out the rest of the zones in a similar fashion. I am about to quilt the last zone. Now hit the A button. Notice my pattern will move. Place point B. The bottom edge of my quilt is shorter than the pattern on the screen, so I'm going to activate the partial diamonds feature. And if I go to plugins, I can use fabric comp. I'm going to place point, I'll move over a little bit, and I'm still keeping my stitching inside of the blue border. Place another point, another point, another point. Use fabric comp all the way around your design to fit it to your borders. Let me continue with my fabric comp. So what you are seeing is what the bottom of my quilt looks like, just above the bottom border. So I've got my fabric comp in, I've positioned my quilt where I want it to be, and don't forget to do my eclipse. So I'm going to say okay here. I'm going to go to plugins. So I've done fabric comp, now I can go to pattern eclipse. I'm going to place my eclipse above where I actually need it. I'll hit pattern eclipse. I'm going to add my first point, and I'll come down, add another point, add another point. Probably around here, add a point, add a point, add a point, add a point, add a point. All right, so I have my eclipsed area, that area that I stitch in. So I'm going to say, okay, I could preview it, but it'll show me what it's going to do. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, now I can begin sewing. Now it's time to place our border. I'm at the bottom of the quilt, so I'm going to go to the home screen and hit Gold Features, Borders and Corners. Here you have the steps for using borders and corners along the left side. Border style and placement, I have chosen the corner style, so I'll just toggle from top to bottom. The pink nodes help you to place your border correctly. I'm going to place my first point, and then the next one, and then my inside border, and then along the border. When you have quilts that are side by side, you're going to do your borders one at a time. So I'll do the one on the left, then the bottom border on the right. I'll do the top border on the left, and then the top border on the right. Then I will eventually turn the quilt. So I'm going to place the bottom and my pink placement node. I'm going to situate right here at the corner. And then move my placement along the side of the border and go to the inside border and along the inside border. All right, so I have my my border. So the second step is to set my margins. And so the margins allow you to set your pattern slightly away from the edge of your quilt. I'm going to unlock the lock because I want to set the margins for my outer border at 1/2 inch and the inner border at 1/4 inch. The patterns, so that would be number 3. And I'm going to choose my corner. And I'm just going to go to the border set that's right there in QCT. And for the corner, I'm going to choose Curly Q corner. And for the border, I'm going to choose the Curly Q pattern. There's a little bit of a curve in there and there, which doesn't match the design of the rest of the pattern. So I want to match that up. I want all of my swirls sort of going to the right. So I'm going to go to Flip Patterns. And this is where you can flip the corner patterns. So if I go to my left pattern, let's see, I'll try flipping that just to get rid of that little, looks like a spout. I'm going to get rid of that. Okay, now all of my curves are essentially going to the right. And over here, I want to do the same thing. So I'm going to flip those patterns on the right. And now they're all going in the same direction. So that's very consistent. All right, so I have my pattern. It's been laid out. It's been saved. And now what I want to do is sew all. It's going to take me into the quilting interface screen. I can hit sew or I can do trace. I'm always going to do trace to make sure that my pattern is lining up right inside my border where I want it to be. And actually, before I do a trace, I'm going to go into plugins. At this point, I could actually use my fabric comp to make sure that because my border is kind of wonky, now I did this on purpose for demonstration purposes. So I want to make sure that my pattern fits the wonkiness of my border. So I'm going to check on fabric comp. I know that I'm going to use the dark green line wherever it's located. So I'm going to go along the edge of my border just to make sure that my pattern is going to follow the contours of my border. So for where I am, I'm going to say plus, and I'll move along the border, plus again, move again, move and okay, now I'm going to move to next, which takes me along the side, Continue until you get all the way around the border. You know I like to trace first. So I am going to hit sew. When I do, it's going to go back over here and it's going to begin sewing my pattern, and I'll hit sew. I will continue in the same fashion as I did the bottom border and then stitch it out. My top and bottom border have stitched out. I've now turned the quilt and I'm going to connect my horizontal border to the top and bottom borders. I'll go to Gold Features, Borders and Corners. I'm at the bottom of the border. I'm going to lock verticals, choose my border style, which will be corner, and then I'm going to place my border using the pink placement nodes. I'm looking for the last or the ending stitch from my border that came around the corner, and there it is. I'm going to move forward to the edge of the quilt, place my point. I don't have to do anything with the other point. I've locked the verticals, and I'll move over, again looking at that last stitch, going to the top. Place my pattern so it's starting to develop an area for the border to be stitched into. I'll go over to the right side, looking for those ending stitches. I'll come forward, place my point, go back up to those ending stitches and move over. Place my point, and I'm going to go to set margins to meet the ending stitches from the previous border, and I'll be right over where that stitching stops. I will make that the right edge, and it places a red vertical line there. I'll move over to the left, look for those ending stitches again, and place my left edge. I'm going to add in my margins. I'll unlock the lock. My outer margin is going to be 1/2 inch. My inner margin will be 1/4 inch. Now I'm going to get my pattern, border, curly Q. So it places my pattern within the gray margins and also end to end with the green and the red line. So I'm going to go to Sew All, then to the plugins, Endpoint Adjust, and I want to make sure that the beginning of this border is going to connect with the ending of the previous border. So I'm on number 1, and I will say, let's go to the first point, which is on the left, and I'll see how close that is to the ending border. I'm going to have to do a little bit of nudging. I will move to the right and down. I'm going to use the needle jog button to see how close I am to that stitching. Okay, I think that's perfect. I will go next, which is my point 2, which is over on the right. The machine will automatically move. Oh my goodness, that's pretty close. I need to move over to the left. Let's change this to a large step. Say okay. And I like to trace. All right, I'll say okay. Trace. Perfect. I'm going to stop. And I'm going to go to the red toolbox. Move to start point. I'm going to use the single stitch to pull up my bobbin thread. Away is my bobbin thread. So. Not too bad at all. I just want to show you where this started and how it locked right onto that pattern. So these were the two patterns that came around the corner, and here is where my horizontal border started. So I think that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. So now I'm going to finish the other borders, and then I can take it off the frame and put the binding on it. You can see it's easy to quilt two baby quilts side by side using an edge to edge in between your borders, skipping over this blank space using pattern eclipse. I could also have used fabric comp in my border, but it was pretty straight, so I didn't even bother. So I hope you'll give it a try. Thanks for watching. God bless.
Welcome back. I'm Angelique. I hope you have been enjoying our Spring Fling this year. I have finished doing all of our cornerstones. I did do a little bit of rearrangement. There was just a couple of places I didn't love how it was coming together. So that is kind of the beauty of this, is you can move things around a little bit. Now I can show you how to start assembling your blocks, assembling your rows, and then how we're going to put those rows together to make the quilt top. And then when we're done with that, I'm going to show you how to quilt it, okay? So getting started here at the very top, I'm gonna use my handy dandy little marker here because I like to fold these over on here. I will clip them kind of as I go and label them so that when I finish doing the first part of the assembly, I'll know exactly what order to put them in. And I did a basic grid system. All right, so if this is row 1 and this is column A, then this is the second block, I would say 2A, right? Either way you want to do it. And then I flipped this one around, and since, I flipped it onto 3, this is 4A. And I'm just gonna do this for about 3 rows because I wanna show you assembling through row 3, because then after that it pretty much repeats what it is that you need to do. 6A. All right, so I'm moving on to the second row here. So this will be row B, block 2, and I'll just keep this going. All right, now that I have them labeled, I can just take them off the board and open up our 1A and 2A. And so I want to make sure that my points are going to come together real nicely here. And so if I'm a little bit taller or shorter, that is all going to get fixed in the sewing process anyway. So when I flip this over, What I'm trying to do is carefully line up those two seams and clipping that. So each one of these, I want to make sure that's lined up, and then I'm just going to do my standard 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, so I have finished sewing together 1A to 2A, 3A to 4A, and so on. And so now I can start sewing my pairs together to form the row. So here's my 2A and my 4A. So I'm going to open this up. So my 2A is here, my 4A is here. So this makes this 3A. And I'm going to flip that over onto 2A. And then that's the one I'm going to sew there. And I'm just going to continue that process for that entire row. So I stayed in order by doing that. But when it comes to the seams themselves, we really only want to iron row 1. And I'll explain that a little bit more when we get the other ones done. So I'm going to go press this, put it back on the board, finish up rows 2 and 3, and then show you how you put your rows together. I've finished sewing together those 3 rows, and I've only pressed the top row. So we're going to take these 2 rows off. So this is my first and second rows. And so you can see that I'm going to want to line up my points here where they're going to come together to form the diamonds. And then I'm also going to want to line up these edges where each of the blocks come together. So I'm just going to flip row 2 onto row 1. And so this is why I said don't press the second row, because I want to nest those seams, and so I'm just going to finger press the direction that I want those seams to go. Once I get all the diamonds done, then I go back and I nest the seams that put the 2 blocks together. All right, so now I'm ready to sew those 2 rows together. The seams that I nested, I now can tell which direction I need to finish pressing them to flatten them out. And then flip it and give it a good press on the other side as well. Okay, so now you have row 1 and row 2, or row A and B. And so now let's do 3. So as you notice, you have your first diamonds that are made between your first 2, and then the second set of diamonds gets started on this row. And then every other row is top, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom. So that's why I'm only showing you up through row 3. So this is nest, sew, press. I am aware that some of my blocks on the edges don't match up exactly perfectly, and that's okay. What I really want to fit together are the triangles that make the diamonds, and so if that gave me a piece that was just a little bit cut strange, that's fine. I can fix that by micro cutting. It doesn't really affect my quilting since I quilt myself, but if I was going to send it to the long armor, then I would trim all that stuff as well. All right, so I'm going to finish sewing this one up. Now we would just do what we did before. We would take it back to the ironing board and press all of our seams in the direction that we had to finger press them so that they were opposite. Press this down, and you're just going to continue that row after row after row until you finish all of your rows. So the next thing would be adding a binding if you want a binding. The first part for putting on your border is the same as any border. I just kind of like to center mine. Make sure you have a good amount of overlap, and you're pretty much going to sew it on the same way. The only difference is that when I start the sewing for every location, I am going to come in about 1/4 inch. So I'm just going to put a little mark here so you can see. And I'm going to start sewing from this part on. And then when I get to the end, of course this will probably adjust a little bit as I'm actually sewing it. When I get close to the 1/4 inch at the bottom, I'm going to stop and backstitch. So I'll backstitch here and I'll backstitch here, and I'll do that for 2 of the sides so you can see the process. So I'm going to take this over to my sewing machine. So I'm just going to pay attention to where my 1/4 inch line is. And so the edge of my material here will reach that, but not the solid line that has no number, because that would be my 0 point. And then I'm just going to back that up. And then I'll add one to another side here. So same thing, I want to start 1/4 of an inch in. So if this is my 0, I want to move it to about there. Take a few stitches, back stitch, and then continue adding. And you'll do this for all 4 sides. When you come up to the side that has the other piece of fabric, just make sure that you pull it out of the way so that you don't accidentally sew over it. And again, as you're getting close, pay attention to where your end point is of your fabric that's underneath and stop it right along that 1/4, back stitch a little bit. So this is the 2 that I want to connect, so I'm going to fold my quilt so that the right sides will be together. And I want to get the edges of my border lined up. And then get this nice and creased as well, just finger pressing it. And you can add a few clips. Now you may have to move your clips for the next part, if you kind of depending on where you put them. But then the next thing that you want to do is you want to line up your ruler, your straight edge here, so that the angle that is created from this fold should be 45 degrees. So you'll take that across here and you're going to draw with your pen a line right along that. And that's going to be where you sew your next seam. This is where I like to get my clips in here really good as well, because I don't want that to get all bent underneath, because this is where my seam allowance needs to end. Right? Because just like I have the seam here, I want to end there. So I'm not going to sew all the way across. I'm going to stop it at that 1/4 of an inch and I'm going to back stitch just like I did before. The hardest thing about this with a larger quilt is just dealing with the weight and trying to get this straight. It doesn't matter if I start here, I start here. It really, for me, it's what side did I end up drawing on in relation to how I'm going to sew it. But I got lucky on this one. I'm going to sew from here. It makes it a little bit easier to stop here. If I need to start sewing from this side, I want to make sure I'm that 1/4 of an inch in, do that back stitch, and then sew. If I'm going to end, that's when I'm going to back stitch. And this is not a scant 1/4 of an inch. This is a sew on the line scenario, okay? So stick to that line. Make sure when you drew it, you drew a straight line. And take your time. Don't rush through this so that you get a really good miter. So and I can see as I'm coming up to my 1/4 of an inch, I need to really slow down. Back up, back stitch. All right, once I've done that, I'm going to cut off the excess to create the seam allowance. So since I sewed directly on the line, I'm going to line up on the line and a 1/4 of an inch away from that, cut that excess. And I'm going to press that seam. Again, because of the thickness of the material, I'm just going with the flow it wants to go, which is going to be away from the quilt. And you can see my nice mitered edge there. So we're at the frame now, and so the last thing that I want to show you is quilting. And you're probably thinking, well, why do I care about talking about quilting with this project? Well, it has to do with the way that we assembled it, in the fact that we did not sew every single selvage together. That's how some selvage projects are made, and I didn't do that. I did this a lot more like a collage quilt. And with a collage quilt, how you end up quilting it is the final step to make sure that everything holds down in its place. Now, I did design this to be a wall hanging, not really something I'm going to be using as an actual quilt, or that's going to need a lot of washing, but I still want it to hold together really well. We're going to do a really close together cross stitch so that every little piece gets held down really well somewhere. In the 9-piece set, we have the diamond-headed stitcher, and the reason I chose to do the crosshairs on that direction is because, remember when I put my quilt together, I did some horizontals and I did some verticals, and so this is a direction that's going to allow me to sew across both directions and not get caught in any of those potential seams. So that's why I chose the diamond one, and I am going to be pairing it up with the ruler. As you can see, I have done some of the stitches, so the first thing I'm going to do is bring up my bobbin, and I want to align it right here against the last diagonal. I can't really call it a row or a column because it's a diagonal. And then I like this one because it's going to help me keep a really close eye on my spacing between those, because I do really want it spaced, and it's a larger area compared to like the ruler foot, so it's going to help me also keep it a little bit more flush against here. So I'm just going to place my ruler flush against this, and I'm going to take my time as I sew. I'm not going to rush through this, and as I start to run out of space on my ruler, which I want to make sure I've got a good grip on, I'm going to stop the machine and move on like I did here, and then I can follow up along. So I want to get the edge here right up against that previous stitch line. Get my ruler up there, and then I'm going to continue going back in the other direction because I stop at my diamond. And so now we're just going to go in the opposite direction. Notice that my ruler is now on the opposite side of my diamond so that I can get the angle the opposite direction. And so you see I have a nice stitch here. I ran into my previous stitch. So yeah, this one I'm going to fasten off because, you know, I've been kind of playing with this a little bit. But as much as you can try to keep from having to change until you're ready, you'll really appreciate that. But it's the diamonds that are going to kind of stop me. You could, if you wanted to, go ahead and cross stitch right through the diamonds. That's just not the look that I'm looking for. All right, so that gives you an idea and the reason why behind why you really should do a tight stitch. You could just do horizontals across the vertical lines and verticals across the horizontal lines. You just want to make sure that you've got really close stitches when you do that. But I really think that this is what's really going to help put that together and really help hold it so it will last you a really long time, since this is a memory of things that you quilted over the years. Well, thank you for joining me. I hope you're inspired to save those salvages now and make something fun. And I know we had some leftover blocks. So yeah, if you've got leftovers, you don't have to throw those out. You can make a runner. I'm thinking I might make myself a little sewing apron or something. I'm not sure because I have all those leftovers. But I'm just going to go ahead and continue to work on quilting this. And until next time, so glad you joined me, and I hope you sew with love and grace.
It's time to announce the winners of our Quilt Showcase. We created the Quilt Showcase at our first digital event in 2020 to give you a space to share all the beautiful quilts that you make with grace. This year, our categories represent the many stages of life that your quilts celebrate. We received hundreds of submissions across the 6 categories, and together you created a gorgeous digital quilt made up of over 150 quilt blocks submitted by all of you. At Grace Company, we believe that every quilt and every quilt block deserves recognition. Unfortunately, we don't have time to honor every submission to the Quilt Showcase, so we've done the next best thing and selected one quilt and one quilt block at random to show how much we value all of the quilters and the beautiful quilts you've shared with us. Both of these winners will receive a $100 Grace Company gift card. The random community quilt block winner is Granny Square Ging by Teresa Davey. This quilt square was a brightly colored granny square. Thank you for being a part of the Grace community and helping us make something special together. Enjoy your gift card, Teresa. The random quilt showcase winner is A Teacher's Bookshelf by Judy Billman. This was made for a teacher for teaching 30 plus years. She taught both my boys and they have a love of reading because of her. Thanks so much for submitting your quilt, Judy. If you guys haven't had a chance to check out all the wonderful quilts in the showcase, make sure you go take a look, because although we could only choose a few winners from each category, there were so many wonderful quilts to choose from. Let's get into each category's winners. Our first category is Sweet Beginnings. This category celebrates new life. Whether it's a baby quilt made to welcome a new member of the family or a quilted diaper bag, quilting makes the sweet beginnings in life a little sweeter. The Sweet Beginnings category was judged by Marie Bard Curtis, a Grace Company brand ambassador who has been making quilts for every child in her family for decades. Marie is a Quilters Creative Touch expert and a lifelong sewist. While she was judging, she looked for how the quilter brought together the design and colors along with the quilting. She enjoyed the stories about how the quilt is symbolic of a beginning in the life of the quilter or the person who's being gifted the quilt. Before we get to Marie's picks, let's see which quilt you all voted for on our online showcase. Our Quilter's Choice winner, receiving a $100 Grace Company gift card, is Butterfly Baby by Ruth Crittel. This quilt was machine sewn and quilted on a domestic machine. Our third place winner, receiving a $100 Grace Company gift card, is Butterflies Abound by Juanita Nita Bice. This was machine raw edge applique, 5-inch and 7-inch butterflies, making this queen-size quilt a welcome to new life and spring. It was quilted on her long arm using free motion swirls and circles. It was pieced using a variety of batik fabrics, and the binding is strip cut from batik scraps carrying the colors of the butterflies to the quilt's edges. Marie said, "The colorful display of batik hand applique butterflies arranged in horizontal rows is a treat for the eyes. Free motion quilting echoing the butterflies' bodies and detailed stitching inside each one gives the quilt texture and dimension. The quilt back is a wonderful display of meticulous free motion stitching, and the color changing border is also a nice touch." Our second place winner, receiving a $200 Grace Company gift card, is A Fair Wind by Shoshana Vogel. This is a flannel-backed baby quilt appliqued with some quilting just for fun. Marie says, "The bright sun announces the ark's journey towards new beginnings. The detailed applique animals immediately capture your attention, with the expertly textured quilting of the boat and animals adding depth and dimension. Free motion quilting in the background shows wind and movement, making the clouds and birds stand out. Swirling quilting and motion-filled blue water applique create a strong sense of the arc being swept along by wind and current." Our first place winner, receiving a $300 Grace Company gift card, is First Winter Snow by Laura Oloteo. Laura wanted to capture the wonder in her grandson's eyes as he watched his first snowfall with his mother. Such moments are fleeting, and without something tangible, they can be lost forever. She writes, "I feel I was able to capture the moment and hope it will serve as a reminder of that day for years to come." Marie said, "The light and dark fabrics beautifully convey the excitement in the child's eyes. It radiates the joy of new life and experiences, perfectly fitting the New Beginnings theme. I love how the raw edge applique and random free motion quilting add so much texture and make it stand out. You can tell they put a lot of thought into the photograph's interpretation. It's just beautiful." Our next category is School Days. Learning is a huge part of life. Having something sentimental to welcome you home after a long day at school, or a quilted bag to carry all your binders and pencil pouches from one class to the next brings a little perspective to every day. The School Days category was judged by Grace Ambassador Jamie Horn. Jamie is a master of foundation paper piecing. She has been recognized in various quilt shows and newspapers, and she designs innovative detailed patterns. While she was judging, she looked for a quilt to jump off the page at her. She always browses, waiting to be amazed, and she wasn't disappointed. She loves to see new themes, unusual techniques, and stunning results. First, our Quilter's Choice winner receiving a $100 Grace Company gift card is Cat Library by Tracy Johnson. Tracy says her library includes many books with embroidered titles of famous and favorite books. And she says, is any home library really complete without cats? Our third place winner receiving a $100 Grace Company gift card is Periodic Table of the Elements by Angel Kogar. Angel said, this quilt took some time. I wanted to make something I've not seen before, so I made this. Jamie said, I am also a fan of the periodic table and love that Angel used machine embroidery to make each square. I think it's fun and colorful and brings just a little bit of nerdiness to the quilting world. Great job! Our second place winner receiving a $200 Grace Company gift card is Woodland Creature Cozy by Stacy Ann Deniston. Stacy said that she made this quilt for her niece's 5th birthday, who has a love for baby forest animals. She designed the appliques and used 14-inch blocks, all flannel. Unfortunately, it was the only photo she took. Jamie said, I love that Stacy designed these blocks herself. The colors used are just charming and the animals are precious. Our first place winner receiving a $300 Grace Company gift card is Princess Dreams by Denise Blake. Denise made this for her granddaughter for her 7th birthday. Jamie said, the hand embroidery is stunning. I love the color used and the cleanness of the embroidery. I'm sure your granddaughter will cherish this quilt for years to come. Our next category is courtship. Relationships bring so much meaning and joy into our lives. Creating quilts that celebrate love and relationship milestones is a great way to show you care. This category honors all the quilts that celebrate the people who matter most in life. Chris Marchini judged the courtship category. Chris is a Grace Company ambassador and quilt pattern designer. After making several quilts and being unable to find a pattern that matched a quilt idea, Chris started drafting his own patterns. He puts his own twist on quilting and brings his TikTok audience along for how-tos, fabric pulls, and more. While judging, he was looking for creativity, use of color, and design to invoke the feelings of new and meaningful relationships. First, our Quilter's Choice winner receiving a $100 Grace Company gift card is Pair of Puffins by Aubrey Mingo. This was a mini quilt Aubrey designed and made for a quilt swap. She made the pattern using a coloring page as she was not entirely satisfied with the available patterns for puffin quilts. She says, it was my first time making such a complicated pattern and learned a lot. Our third place winner receiving a $100 Grace Company gift card is Keys to My Heart by Arissa Miller Mullins. She made this for her oldest son and daughter-in-law for their wedding last year. Chris says, that he loved the use of low volume for the background and the fun, playful style of the hearts and keys. Our second place winner, receiving a $200 Grace Company gift card, is Rose for My Love by Heather Bullard. This is a wall quilt for the love of my life. It's 34 by 36 inches. Chris says it's wonderful use of color, shades, and satin stitching to create the stained glass effect. Our first place winner receiving a $300 Grace Company gift card is Love is Peace, One Moment at a Time by Amy Simmons. Love is a patchwork of life's experiences combined to create a masterpiece. Amy says, I haven't quilted this one yet because it deserves so much more than straight lines. Straight line quilting is currently her only capability. Chris says, at first glance, I like the quilt and the rainbow colors used to make the blocks. After clicking through the photos, I was impressed that the background, even though solid white, was also pieced blocks. Our next category is work-life balance. This category is for the quilts that honor career achievement. Many of us spend a huge portion of our time working, and it's important to find meaning in the projects we've worked on, the things we've created, and the accomplishments we've made. This category was judged by Grace Company Ambassador Jackie Marks. Jackie is an award-winning quilter and pattern designer who loves to teach quilting through social media. When judging this category, she looked for personal details, interesting fabrics, effective color contrast, and thoughtful, proficient quilting patterns that enhance the design. First, our Quilter's Choice winner, receiving a $100 Grace Company gift card, is Around the World by Anita Tosser. A round-the-world quilt from Seattle to Paris to Australia with buildings and houses all around. Anita switched it up to include palm trees since she lives in Florida. Our third place winner, receiving a $100 Grace Company gift card, is Turning 20 by Mary Holmes. Turning 20 was the theme of a quilt challenge at Mary's local quilt guild, since our guild was also turning 20. When Mary turned 20 in 1968, she fell in love, got married, wore miniskirts and maxi skirts. She had Elvis, listened to records, had flower power, yellow submarine, had the love bug, and marched for peace. Jackie says, it's really clear right away that this is a lighthearted blast from the past quilt, but the personal details make it more poignant. The designs are simple enough to be immediately recognizable, but with lots of details showing proficiency in the multiple techniques. Our second place winner, receiving a $200 Grace Company gift card, is Life is Good by Emma Allen. Emma writes, my guild challenge was to create a quilt all about me. Balance? Chaos is more like it, but that works nicely for me. Jackie says, the colorful elements of your personality seem to surround you like an aura in the design of this quilt. It's immediately obvious what you are trying to show because of your effective choice of fabrics. I appreciate the multiple techniques used. Our first place winner, receiving a $300 Grace Company gift card, is Go With the Flow by Cindy Sjostrom. Cindy says, my quilt reflects my life where I just try to go with the flow of all of the different things going on between work and trying to keep up with my hobby. Just as we try to make order out of the potential chaos in life, I tried to make order with 30 different prints to make this flowing bargello. Jackie says the number of fabrics used to achieve the gradation is visually striking, and the quilting does a great job of enhancing the piecing. Overall, the quilt certainly looks like a going with the flow kind of life and fits the theme well, evoking the emotions of the ups and downs of life.
When it comes to quilting, you deserve the best. Finesse Classic. Strong and durable, Finesse Classic is made to last. Unlike other threads, it won't break or fray, ensuring your quilt stays intact for years to come. Even though it's 100% polyester, it feels just like cotton, without all the lint. Say goodbye to messy cleanup. With 1,100 yards on every spool, you'll get just the right amount of thread for any project. No more waste, no more leftover spools. Choose from over 80 vibrant colors, including 20 stunning variegated shades, perfect for adding depth, beauty, and life to your quilt. Finesse Classic. When you have a quilting project that matters, handle it with finesse.
The next category is remembrance. Quilting can help us work through difficult times of grief, and the projects we make can bring comfort or honor our loved ones who have passed. This category looks back on the times that we've loved and lost. Grace Ambassador April Story judged this category. April expresses her creativity in vibrant, meaningful ways through quilting. She shares her expertise through YouTube tutorials that shine thanks to her genuine approach. When judging the remembrance category, April was looking for quality piece blocks, pleasing patterns, and materials related to the person or group the quilt was commemorating. First, our Quilter's Choice winner receiving a $100 Grace Company gift card is McGann's Quilt by Glenine Thrasher. Glenine writes, "This is the only quilt my mother ever made. I found it at her house just before she died and had plans to quilt it for her for the following Christmas. However, she passed away on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. Even though she passed away, I went ahead and finished the quilting for her. It's my most prized possession from her, just because she made it. I miss her so much." Our third place winner receiving a $100 Grace Company gift card is Remembering by Becky Dayton. Becky says, "This quilt was my modification of a Moda Stitch Pink SAL for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I started thinking about all the different colored cancer ribbons and then decided to remember family and friends that had all different cancers. I was surprised that I have known and loved many that have gone through a variety of cancer battles. I sleep under this quilt all winter." April says, "You can really tell that this quilt is a labor of love. The pops of bright color give it a hopeful energy, and the decorative swirls of stitching are beautifully done." Our second place winner receiving a $200 Grace Company gift card is Grandmother Memorial Quilt by Susan Williams. Susan said she made this quilt honoring a grandmother who passed away. It is a combination of t-shirt quilts and piece blocks. The center shirt is his grandmother's authentic handwriting. She loved Tennessee. April says, "What a lovely tribute to a grandmother who loved Tennessee. The block, including the grandmother's handwriting, makes this quilt even more special for the generations to come. The piece blocks along with the shirts in this memory quilt bring the design together perfectly." Our first place winner receiving a $300 Grace Company gift card is Six Sisters Quilt by Deborah Brill. Deborah says, "While on a sister trip, we 6 sisters decided to make a quilt. We each had to make 7 12-inch blocks and 6 of each block to share, so we each would have a quilt. Before we could complete them, our sister Sylvia got lung cancer. We finished them and gave hers to her in hospice. She passed away shortly after. Then 6 weeks later, our sister Bert passed away. These quilts are very special to us all." April says, "The quilt is beautiful, and the story behind the quilt is lovely as well. The fact that there are multiple blocks from each sister is touching, and the colors in the blocks go together beautifully." Our last category is everything in between. The life of a quilt can't be divided into 6 tidy boxes. This category welcomes all the messy little pieces of life that can't be neatly summed up. Everything in between celebrates all the quilts that don't fit into any of our other categories. Everything in between was judged by Grace Ambassador Bonnie Kempke. Bonnie is a self-taught quilter on a lifelong journey to learn new skills and processes. She runs the Cutie Quilters Facebook page where she shares everything that helps her make the most out of quilting with the Cutie frame. When judging this category, Bonnie looked for something original, whether that was subject, medium, or interpretation of the work. First, our Quilter's Choice winner receiving a $100 Grace Company gift card is Handmade Quilted by Sneakers by Melanie Harville. Melanie said this quilt was custom made with sewing machine fabric with hand-stitched on soles. This was a fun project to work on all of my skills. I absolutely enjoyed every minute of making them. Our third place winner receiving a $100 Grace Company gift card is Swirls in 3D by Elaine F. Gibson. Elaine says she used the serger to make the gathered ribbon and the wave stitch that is on the ribbon swirls and on the gathered portion of the binding. A domestic sewing machine was used for the binding and the cording technique for the quilting. The swirls were hand sewn onto the quilt. Bonnie says, I loved the technique choices used to create this visual treat. The colors give you a visual feeling of roses, although there is no green to define the swirls as that impression. Unique skills and very nicely executed. Our second place winner receiving a $200 Grace Company gift card is Crimson Christmas by Gay Jackson. Gay says this is a Krista Moser pattern that uses some fairly intricate piecing, but Krista does an excellent job of teaching how to do it. Gay also thanks Angela Walters for teaching FMQ designs that can be done on the Unique 21X Elite machine. Bonnie says this is a complex piecing pattern that looks deceptively simple. The stitch work really sets off the pattern. Well executed and quite pretty. Our first place winner receiving a $300 Grace Company gift card is Goose Tracks by Mary Thomas. Mary says, I made this quilt using piecing in the hoop with additional applique and embroidered accents. The main fabric is ombre cotton. Bonnie says the stitch work and the use of different colored threads really worked with this piece. The back was at
Welcome back. We have finished the first 2 panels. And then now all we have to do is the gusset and then throw everything together to make a finished bag. And
Okay, welcome back. We had just a little bit of a technical glitch there at the end. I think it was kind of winding up anyway, but I'd like to say congratulations. What a fantastic quilt show. That was phenomenal. Every single quilt. Congratulations to all the winners and congratulations to everyone who submitted works. It's not easy to put yourself out there. And I know it just came down to certain things in my book. We're all winners because we finished these wonderful projects. So congratulations to everyone. So I know that we have Jenna. Let's bring Jenna on. We need to recap. There was just too much goodness happening in this show today. Hi, Jenna.
Hi, Kena. Oh my gosh, I am just thrilled for all the stuff that people are doing. We're just having so much fun watching the quilts, watching the events. It was just a super fun time.
It's just amazing. I mean, so much today. It's going to take me the whole weekend to process because there was so much there, and it's very easy to get overwhelmed and like we get inspired. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do a bed. No, I'm going to do a wall hanging. No, I'm going to do a memory quilt. No, which one am I going to do? So I'm just going to bask in this wonderful feeling and then come back to it. And I don't know, like, was there a particular project that really spoke to you?
You know, it's funny. I was doing the same thing. I don't get to watch all the events as they're happening. Like, I get to go back and watch some, but when I'm covering the chat, I watch them. And whichever one I was watching, I was like, that's the one I need to work on, right? I need to do that. And then the next one would start. Nope, that's the one I've got to work. But I did want to make sure that everybody knows how to get the PDFs for the projects that we've done. So if you have been just watching on Facebook, you can come to our platform on our website. So you go to the Spring Fling events page, and under each section will be a PDF. So if you're thinking, well, I tried to go back and get to it, that's okay. Once we have everything released, at the end of the show, you can go back and get into each individual segment and get each PDF for the show. So if you can't, though, find those things, send us an email. You can reach out directly to me or to anybody on the team, but you can send it to Janna, Janna, @graceframe.com. If you can't find those wonderful PDF of all the fantastic projects, because you're like, Kena, you want to do them all, or me, do whichever one you heard last.
I want to do them all. And yeah, I mean, you can also, just a reminder that this broadcast, you can't go back and see this because we're live right now, but when we end our stream today, you'll be able to go back on YouTube and watch. Yesterday's you'll also be able to watch, but the individual ones, I believe you have to watch on the platform, and then you go into the schedule. It's going to be in a schedule form, and then on the side it'll say see details. You want to click on see details, and that's where you're going to see that wonderful handout for each segment, and you can download the PDFs. I've already started downloading mine.
Me too. And to reminder, download it first, get all your things together, and then watch it one more time before you actually start, right? Because now you have the instructions in front of you. You can follow along, see what they're doing. Then get the materials and watch it one more time as you're putting it together. So don't think that you saw it and then you're going to quilt along with it. So yeah, a couple of times sometimes is exactly what you need.
For me, about 4 or 5 times.
It's true. It depends on the project, but yes, pretty much all of these projects. I mean, I had so much fun from yesterday as well, right? The pillow that Angelique did. We, a couple of the account executives here at Grace, we were talking about like, I don't need a wedding for that. I just want to put it on my couch. It's so beautiful.
And it'll be like a cat cushion.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a really nice little attractive thing. I can see cats perching on it.
Playing with the little things, hiding little stuff in those pockets.
So cool. And I love the duffel bag today, and I loved Marie doing that wonderful in-depth demo on QCT. That was really cool to see how much you can do and to be able to do 2 projects on one quilt pass. It's pretty cool. You don't have to like take it off and load the next one. I was like, oh yeah, if they're small, you could do 2 on there. And I didn't think of that for the automation.
Yeah, because I mean, I've thought about like just doing edge to edge the whole way, but I hadn't thought about just having that eclipsing section. So you're only getting that section in there. One thing I did want to talk about though is those kind of tips and tricks, like what Marie was showing with that QCT6, those come up in the Quilters Playground. So if you haven't signed up yet, please sign up for Quilters Playground. It's free, F-R-E-E, free.
It's
right?
free 99, free 99.
Free 99. So if you've been thinking, I talked to a woman today and she's like, well, I I'm not very savvy with Zoom, so I don't know how that works. Don't worry if you've never used Zoom before. It's just part of a website. The link that we send you will automatically take you to there. So it's not like you have to download something and get onto Zoom and then figure it out. Nope. Just register for the event. And you can do that by going to the graceframe.com website and then going to the education tab. And then you'll be able to access all that fun stuff. And by registering, you get emails before the event, so it reminds you. It gets emails after the event, so any handouts or instructions that the educators do, you'll have that. You don't have to think about like, oh, I gotta save this tab and then watch it. It'll just come automatically. You get a special code for your birthday. I mean, come on, lots of fun stuff just for signing up. Yeah. Besides all the information that you get along with it.
And you get to play and be with other quilters. There's nothing better than that.
It's true, yeah. And I mean, because I loved this segment yesterday that they were doing the, talking about the big community quilts and the different people who'd been part of the focus group. And then we found out as they were talking, I don't think that they meant to like really focus on this, but they both mentioned how, we met at the focus group and now we've gone to quilting retreats together. Mm-hmm. If you don't have quilters in your life or like-minded quilters in your life, this is a great place to meet them and talk about projects and your frustrations and things that you've done to get over stuff. Immediately you have just like 300 new friends to help you get through all those kinds of issues.
Yeah, that's great. Really cool. So definitely be sure to do that. And also other ways to engage with us. Remember, we have many social media platforms on Grace. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Grace Company Quilting, and on TikTok at Grace Company, on YouTube, The Grace Company, and on Pinterest, Grace Company Quilting. And of course, make sure to register on the graceframe.com website, because that is where you are going to get all of the notifications. And you can register for those fantastic register giveaways. And there's going to be a humongous giveaway. We're not going to do it yet. But
we're not going to do it yet, but we could talk about it.
Draw it out just a little bit.
we should say what that big giveaway is if anybody doesn't know yet.
Yes,
it is.
Tell them what it is.
It is a 21X Elite with an Evolution Elite frame, a luminous light bar picked because you get to pick what size frame you need for your area, and then the light bar is going to fit that size. And then you get QCT6 Pro. So you can do free motion, you can do automation, you can do so many fantastic things with this grand prize. I mean, I can just feel everybody in watching is just like, me, I hope it's me, I hope it's me. And they're like crossing their fingers and crossing their toes and getting ready. And they're just like, this is my year, this is the time, I'm gonna be the winner.
Look, I was trying to register under an alias, but it was like, Tina, what are you doing here? Get out. The system picks me out. I'm like, oh.
It's like, we know who you are.
We know you. There were flashing lights going on. No.
Already a person. Da-da, da-da.
I'm kidding, but I thought about it. I seriously thought about it. But that is just amazing. That is just wow. I can't even imagine. I'm just happy, to get the threads or the notions and things like that. And it was really cool to see a lot of the notions being used in a lot of these demos as well, like the true cut blades and the rollers and the threads, and it's you can always get those. Yes, we want to win that big grand prize, but okay. We can always get the the notions and accessories and things like that. Those are pretty easy to come by.
Well, and I saw a question a while ago. Someone was asking about the free shipping, which we do have free shipping through the 17th. It's orders over $100, and that's anything. It can be a frame and machine. It can be those notions. It can be True Cut. As long as you go up to $100, that code will automatically be added into your cart, and then you can check out with that. So it's so easy. However, things happen, right? We expect websites to break occasionally. So if you can't get that code in there, it's not working right online, give us a call, and we in the sales department can help you get that ordered. So don't worry about like, oh, I've missed it, and because it's not online. You can do that if you're calling in. You can even do it if you come in person. If you come down and visit us, you of course would have free shipping if you just kind of come pick it up. But if you're traveling through Salt Lake and you want to come and test something out, or you want to take it with you, or send it with you, you can do free shipping that way too. But yeah, through the 17th, don't wait though. 17th is going to pop up before you know it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming. And so just as a reminder, Jenna, maybe we can remind like what the promotions are happening right now.
So we've got such good promotions. I don't know if you were here with us, everybody out there, not because I know Kena was, but when I talked about the promotions the first day, and I said, if you've been thinking about upgrading your machine and frame, now's the time to do it, because the cost is cheaper than if you just bought the machine. Because you're like, well, I like my frame, but I would like to go up bigger. Maybe I'd have to increase. But this special right now, so if you're getting a machine with a cutie frame, a Q-Zone hoop frame, both of those are the hoop style, and then the Q-Zone Queen is the rolling style. $150 more off. $150 more off for this machine. And the frame is already free because we've got it in that special free machine bundle. So you get all those machines. Now, as a reminder, the Qnique 21, it's kind of a diva, and it doesn't play well with those smaller frames. You have to use it on the Evolution Elite frames and the Evolution Hoop, which is $200 off. So if you've been thinking, I need that extra throat space and I want to get that 21 Qnique machine, the 21X Elite, and I want to stick it on there, well, there you go. You've got the Quilters Evolution Hoop frame and the Evolution Elite frame that can go to 8, 10, and 12 foot sizes. Taking care of it, get that 21 on there, but you can put it on the hoop style. So if you've just only got about 5 feet of space, the 21 can fit on there as well. You don't have to worry about, oh, I only have to go up to 8 feet if I want the 21. You can get it in that 5 foot, and then when you have the space, right, somebody goes to college, you finally get that she shed, you win the lottery and get a mansion. You can get the Evolution Hoop upgraded to the Elite size. And so those 8 foot, 10 foot, and 12 foot can be added to that Evolution Hoop style so that you're not having to worry about, oh, I got this size and now I'm stuck with it, right? So yeah, so much fun with the bundles going on. And you know, you can mix and match, right? Like just because you have a cutie doesn't mean you have to only get the little Rebel. You can get it up to the 19-inch. So if your space is only here, get the biggest throat space, right? So you've got this and this, you'll be aces all the way. So
that's a whole lot of quilting.
A whole lot of quilting. So then the other special I want to talk about is our luminous light bar. It is fantastic. LED lights. They last 6,700 wattage hours, and they're a fantastic LED, so you don't have that extra heat. It's a true match system, so when you're holding your colors together, those reds and oranges look separate, those pinks and grays look separate. You don't have to go out into the sunshine just to match your fabric or your colors. I was talking to one of my coworkers who had gone to a quilt shop, and I said, how is it? And she's like, well, the light's a little low in there. They could use some luminous light bars. She's like, I was holding my fabric up to the window trying to see, do these match? Are these colors the same? So luminous light bar in the 5 foot size that can go up to a 6 foot, the 10 foot that can go up to 11, and then the 2 foot will only fit on that 10-foot light bar. So if people are thinking, oh, I need 7 feet or 8, and I'm gonna move it up to the 6 and then put that 2 foot, it won't work with the 5 foot. You've only gotta get the 10 foot and then that 2 foot extension on there to go up to the 12 inches or 12 feet. So yeah, don't say Jenna said we could get the 2 foot with the 5 foot. That doesn't work. So you gotta do the 10 foot with the 2 foot light bar and make sure you've got it going that way.
That's awesome. And then I also just want to remind people also that you can work with your local dealership. Many of them will have some samples on their floor that you can test drive there as well. But if not, they can still get your machine, your frames, and your Grace products from there, and it's really cool. They will deliver it right to your door. Many instances, they even have set up deals where they will set it up for you, and you'll still get all the same promotions there. So that's always a great option.
Yes, and we love our dealers, our partners that we work with. We try and find people who have like-minded customer service and knowledge of the industry, right? Some of these people have been in sewing machines and everything longer than our company's been around, and some of them are brand new. So we love finding everybody who's gonna be doing the same kind of service that you're gonna get from us. So don't feel like, oh, I have to go to Grace Company, get the same kind of customer service. Nope, go to our partners. They've got the same promotions too. Like Kena was saying, we don't have any special thing just because you're watching us today. These same deals the dealers have. Now, if you have a dealer in your area and they don't carry Grace, and you're thinking, wow, I would go to them all the time because they're in my backyard, but they don't have Grace products, send me an email and say, Jenna, I've got this quilt shop, I've got this sewing machine shop. I would love for them to carry Grace. Go in and tell them, I told Jenna about you, she's gonna be contacting you, and we're gonna make sure you get Grace products in your backyard. So send me an email, Jenna@graceframe.com, and we'll be able to talk to that dealer and hopefully get them set up as well so that you're not having to drive 2 hours or 3 hours to find the local Grace dealer. You can have them in your backyard as well.
And also pay attention to the quilt shows that may be in your area. Grace does a lot of quilt shows where they have it set up and you can go and you can use them and you can purchase them there as well. You can find a listing of where Grace is going to be on the website. So if you're a person that likes to go and see them all set up in a showroom, which is really cool.
You just go from one to the other and test them all out. Yes.
You can go that route as well. But whatever you do, you gotta, if it's time and you're thinking about it, these are great machines. I love my 21X Elite and Evolution frame and luminous bar. I have everything except the automation, which is, that'll be my next sort of step, but I'm scared. But eventually I'll get there. But it's so worth it. It really is.
It is, and once you get it, Kena, then you'll just have to come to the classes. So as a reminder, we do have in-person classes here. If you go to our website and look under education and look for in-person classes, and you don't see one yet, it could be that they were all filled up really quick. And we did have a surge of people signed up. So our educators are looking for more dates that they can put in classes for QCT and free motion and design work. So if you don't see one right now, come back and look again because they're adding more classes all the time. So, but for now, sign up for that Quilters Playground and we'll get you going and probably announce in there when the classes are open again.
Amazing. I'm excited. So do we have a couple of bingo?
We do. So the first question, we haven't talked about this for a little while, but I just wanted to see if everybody remembered. But it is, what was the theme, or is the theme, because we're not done yet, but the theme for Spring Fling 2025. If people remember what that is. And now we're going to get a winner from Facebook, winner from YouTube, and winner from the platform. So put your entries in.
Everybody,
what was the code? Yeah.
What is the theme of Spring Fling this year?
2025.
2025, and we are going to randomly select a winner from each platform.
Yeah.
Okay,
So let me see what
we're
we're playing for.
What are we playing for? Show us what
did we
we're
get one?
working with, Jenna.
red ball, which is our triangle ruler bundle. That is the 90 degree, 60 degree, and the kite. The kite has the 90, 60, and 120 degree. It's called the kite ruler because it looks like a kite. Everybody's like, why is it called a kite? Because that's what it looks like. And it's going to include 3 packages of True Grips. So those 3 rulers worth $66.80. Now, if you do not win, do not despair. Add just a little bit more money to that and you can get free shipping. So maybe add in a cutter or something if you didn't win for this particular one. Again, that free shipping over $100 goes to the 17th. So use that extra funds you keep from the free shipping and buy fabric or thread so you can get all that done. Okay, so I think we've got a lot of our winners in. It is the life of a quilt is our theme for 2025.
Who's our winner from Facebook? And our winner is Amy.
Congratulations, Amy. Fantastic. All right, next winner from YouTube
is Gary. Yes, the life of a quilt.
Well done, Gary. Well done. And our Grace platform,
Carol. Yay! Oh, this is so fun. I love these.
Oh.
They're so random.
So we will send that triangle ruler bundle to you as soon as you email Allegra@graceframe.com. Allegra is our prize coordinator. She needs to know from you where to send that. So email her with your address and phone number so she can get you contacted and get that shipped out to you. So woohoo, Allegra is the person to contact. So now everybody's thinking, well, what if I just emailed Allegra and told her I won something? You can't be that sneaky. We keep track. So don't even try it. We've got your names of the people who won, and we've got that going on. So, okay, so we've got another question for the bingo.
Okay, get ready, everyone. Listen up.
This is the big one. How much off if you purchase an Evolution frame with your machine? So how much off the frame do you get if you purchase an Evolution frame? So that's the Elite or the Hoop. Let's see if everybody remembers correctly.
I know. This now, you have to pull on your short-term memory for this answer. Because she talked about this about 3 minutes ago. Yesterday we pulled on the long-term. Today was the
yes.
Okay. And are we going with the same?
No, I want to do a new one. Let's see which one do we get here. So
let's see what we're working with. I'm seeing a lot of correct answers coming in.
Okay. So we got a couple reds, so I wanted to get one more different. So we've got a yellow one in here. So a yellow is our rectangle ruler bundle with the True Grips. That is, I'm going to do the same thing I did yesterday, Kena. I'm going to add in that 3x8 ruler so you get 4 rectangle rulers instead of the 3. So the 3x8, the 3x18, the 6.5 by 12.5, and the 6.5 by 24.5. And so we're going to do 4 True Grips, not just the 3 True Grips for this one. So woohoo, good job, everybody. I see a lot of answers coming through.
Yes. And
the correct answer.
Demos with those rulers. So let's see on Facebook, who is our winner
for $200 off that machine and frame?
Marnie. Very good. Or Marnie. Hope I said that right. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yes.
YouTube. Kathy. Yay, Kathy.
Well done, Kathy. Great job. The correct answer, 200. And then, yes, our final Grace platform winner,
Christine. Yay! Congratulations.
Well done, winners. Again, a reminder to email allegra@graceframe.com. Well, Kena, I think we've, as people said, just get on with it already with that big grand prize winner.
It's time.
It's time. So from our pre-registration winners, we have done a random drawing to pick who is the winner. The grand prize, 21X Elite with the Evolution Elite with the light bar and the automation. You can see it up there. Our winner is Lorelai. Congratulations!
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Woohoo! Oh man, I bet she's dancing a jig.
Oh my gosh, she's dancing the jig, the everything. She's doing pirouettes and jumps and leaps. Oh my goodness.
Either that or she's in complete shock and she's just like fainted.
She's like, did someone just call my name?
Yeah. She's getting texts from people. Your name was called. Aren't you watching live?
Oh my, that's incredible. She has won a whole new long arm quilting system with everything. That's it.
I am so jealous. Now she's got to know, now she's got to figure out where to put everything. So that's probably the biggest, hardest part now.
Somebody's getting kicked out of their bedroom.
It might be her. She might be sleeping on the couch so she can put it in the primary bedroom. Oh my gosh. Well, congratulations, Lorelai. Congratulations to everybody who won our pre-registration gifts, who won bingo, and anybody who has placed an order with these specials. You're a winner as well, because this is the best time to place your order. So thank you so much for doing that. Kena, I think there's something we're gonna announce to everybody of our next thing, right?
Oh, yes. Take it away. Yes, you should
Okay.
absolutely do
So mark your calendars, July 11th. We're doing our summer camp, and it's got the best theme. It's Hunt for the Lost Treasure.
That is going to be so much fun.
Yes, plan your summer activities around it so you can watch us that day on July 11th. Kena, I'm so glad you get to do this with us all the time. Thank you so much for being a part of Grace Company.
Oh my God, it is a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. I always enjoy being here. I just love all of these events, and I truly, truly thank you all for making my spring break such a cool spring fling.
Oh, thanks so much. And thanks everybody for watching. We hope you had the best time. Again, you can watch it again on YouTube right away. Again, ask us any questions that if you've missed them, send us an email or give us a call and we'll be able to help you out. But thanks so much for joining us.
We'll see you in July on July 11th.
See you, everybody.
Bye.